Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As Gilgamesh reclined calmly in his seat, exuding an air of serene indifference, the demons watching from afar turned cold with disdain. Their eyes flicked to the sickly Kiln nearby, yet it was Gilgamesh's presence, not her condition, that drew their ire. "Who is that human?" one demon muttered venomously. "He's surrounded by stunning women, acting like he owns the city. I feel a deep urge to carve him into pieces." At that moment, Gilgamesh opened his eyes. His voice was soft, but each word carried the weight of a sword unsheathed. "If you have something to say," he said, "say it to my face. Idle gossip suits cowards and fools. But if your tongue continues its reckless dance, I'll make certain it never speaks again." The murmurs ceased instantly. Faces twisted with shock and embarrassment. None had expected the human to hear them, let alone respond. An elder demon, old and dignified, quickly stepped forward, bowing. "Please forgive them. They're young and ignorant. I extend my sincerest apologies on their behalf." Gilgamesh waved a hand lazily. "Elder, your words are unnecessary. Every tongue speaks by its master's will. Let them learn to bear the weight of their words." Delia stirred softly in his lap, asleep like a cat curled in the sun. Gilgamesh ran his fingers through her hair absently, thinking of the sacred feline he'd once raised in the hidden paradise. From the crowd, a new voice barked, rough and arrogant. "You're in the demonic continent, human. Show some respect." Gilgamesh's golden gaze met the speaker's, a demon with crocodilian skin and an aura of brute strength. The man had made a mistake. "Respect is earned," Gilgamesh replied, "not begged for by barking mongrels. If you think you deserve my attention, then cross the boundary of this home and make yourself known. Otherwise, don't pretend you exist." Tension surged like a rising tide. A younger demon, envious of Delia's divine beauty, growled with frustration. "You dare talk to us like that? You filthy, arrogant." "Enough," the elder barked, grabbing the young demon's wrist before he could act. "You'll die if you step forward." His voice thundered with warning, and those who had been puffed with rage suddenly recoiled, recognizing the power behind the elder's restraint. "This man is no ordinary human," the elder said in a grim tone. "Leave now, or blood will flood this street." Seeing the hesitation, Gilgamesh smirked and looked at the elder. "You should have handed me the arm that dared point at me," he said with a hint of mockery. "That would have triggered needless deaths," the elder replied with disdain, glancing at the retreating demons. "And that would have been preferable," Gilgamesh muttered. "They live because you chose interruption over entertainment. A small spark can start a war in these times. Tensions run high among the races. Even your shadow might provoke a bloodbath." The elder sighed and began to turn away. "I have no interest in lectures. Go." Gilgamesh dismissed him. As the street quieted, a familiar voice cut through the calm. "Roxy," Gilgamesh said, turning toward the house. "You, of all demons, possess the power to teach your kind some discipline. Why do you stay silent?" Roxy, who had been listening from the doorway, stepped forward. She sat outside among the flowering vines, hidden from view. Her voice was calm, but firm. "I owe nothing to demons outside my meager kin. Unlike you, who dreams of uplifting humanity, I have no illusions of reforming savages. I only wish to see this continent bloom once more." Gilgamesh paused, digesting her words. Then he nodded thoughtfully. Roxy continued, "Demons don't live, they survive. Crude, instinctive, volatile. It's no surprise they resist change. Frankly, it's expected. They're demons," Gilgamesh said coolly, "and if any lay hands on what is mine, I'll educate them thoroughly." As he spoke, his hand brushed against Roxy's thigh, sliding upward with intent. Roxy let out a breath and swatted him away. Not out here, not now. Gilgamesh chuckled. Then shall we go inside? We have more important matters to address. True, he agreed with a grin. And we'll have children when the fruits of immortality ripen. He kissed her neck, tender but possessive, and rose. Delia is your student now, he added. She must learn from a mage at her caliber. Roxy flushed slightly. I'll make sure she does. Inside, Gilgamesh opened an ancient stone box, one acquired during a mysterious trade days earlier. He gazed inside with fascination. A box full of surprises, he murmured, as an otherworldly energy pulsed faintly from within. No, not yet. Gilgamesh gently closed the lid of the stone box, placing it back into the vault deep within his treasury. His gaze then drifted to the immortal fruit plant nestled under enchanted lights. The fruits were growing fast. Another 2 years, perhaps, and they would be ready. Everything's proceeding as it should, he murmured, satisfied, before turning from a vault and opening his eyes to a softer scene. Roxy and Eris lay stretched across his bed in the afterglow of rest. Their presence grounded him, but his mind was already stirring with new purpose. Next, Gilgamesh said quietly, we speak to the ancient demons sealed in the graveyard. They're searching for immortal fruit, desperate for the eternal life they've long been denied. Roxy's gaze snapped toward him, irritation flickering beneath her usually composed demeanor. She rarely wore her emotions so plainly, but the danger of his next move unsettled her. Ancient demons were not merely sealed for mischief. They had once shaken the heavens. Why not go somewhere safer? She said with a biting smile. Maybe take a stroll through the ancient street. At least you won't get cursed or ripped apart by vengeful spirits. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. You think that's a better use of time? It opens only rarely, Roxy replied, folding her arms. The others went yesterday. Apparently, they bought miraculous glowing cherries. Turned out they were just sweet. At least they were sweet, Gilgamesh chuckled. I should teach Eris some math to avoid being conned by shiny fruit. They were delicious, Eris mumbled, half hiding her face in a pillow. Then no harm done, he said. Let's see this magical market. We'll leave the twins here. They're still adjusting to their powers. From the hallway came the sound of scurrying feet. 2 small girls chasing illusionary fish conjured by Roxy's spells. Magical energy swirled in every corner of the house, turning it into a lively sanctuary. Eris sighed, heading down the stairs. They eat like wyverns. All my money went into feeding them, and now Cussenfield won't even eat meat. I've turned over a new leaf, grunted Cussenfield, chewing on enchanted grass. Eris had lost most of her winnings in the explosion last week, leaving her practically broke. But she wasn't too worried. Gilgamesh was never short on coin, and Roxy had demonic pearls stored for alternate currency. You forget the mountains of gold we took from that auction house, Gilgamesh said with a smirk. I've got billions in high-grade coins. If you need something, just crack open a vault and help yourself. He looked over at Roxy. And our demonic lady here? She's the royal purse today. That remark earned him a light scowl from Eris and a blush from Roxy. Don't speak as if I'm your accountant. I've only got a modest fortune, unlike you, who makes even dragons seem poor. Yet you're mine, Gilgamesh said smoothly. And everything you have is just another perk of being at my side. Roxy looked away, cheeks flushed. Eris, pouting adorably, batted her lashes. By the way, how old do you think I am? 15, she answered with an innocent smile. Liar, Roxy interjected, rolling her eyes. You've been stuck at 15 for years. Despite their bickering, the trio and Cussenfield, along with the twins, departed together toward the fabled ancient street. The house, protected by Gilgamesh's runes and Roxy's layered enchantments, was safe from all harm in their absence. The ancient street lay at the heart of Green Oak City, nestled within an archaic district untouched by time. The surrounding structures, worn by countless centuries, whispered of forgotten ages. The most prominent of them all resembled a miniature city, a place that only opened to the public during the fleeting appearance of the underworld ship. No one knew who had built the ancient street, nor when. It had always been there, predating most recorded history. This rare market attracted nobles, warlords, collectors, and shadowy merchants. Only those with deep coffers and dangerous reputations dared enter. For everyone else, it was a place to sigh and dream, fingers empty but eyes wide. Within the bustling district, Gilgamesh and his party drew immediate attention. He walked like a man accustomed to reverence, wearing attire stitched with divine threads. Yet it was not Gilgamesh who drew the most stares. It was the radiant quartet of beauties flanking him. Roxy, Eris, the twins, and even the grass-munching hound Cussenfield. "Are you suppressing your aura?" Eris asked, noticing the subtle quiet around him. Gilgamesh offered a sly grin. "No, I'm letting it out, just enough to attract the right kind of trouble." Whispers rose among the crowd. "Who are those women? Are they all his?" Envy brewed instantly. A man with power was one thing. A man surrounded by beauty was another matter entirely. It stirred desire, and jealousy made fools bold. Gilgamesh's golden eyes narrowed slightly, catching the first flare of challenge among the crowd. "I hope this place lives up to its reputation," he said quietly. "I could use a little entertainment." Under countless envious gazes, Gilgamesh enjoyed this feeling and walked calmly with slow steps through the ancient street. The ancient street was indeed a good place with very old buildings compared to other places. In this place, people could not only trade, but could even find friends to gather and walk down the street together. This was a highly lively and surprisingly vast place. It couldn't be seen with just a simple glance. Along the way, Gilgamesh's eyes were dazzled by many treasures as he walked with his group. There was an old adventurer sitting on a balcony near the corner with a large sign that read, "Mana Recovery Potions." Another adventurer in front of them had a silver chest in front of him and said, "Ancient 10,000 Poisons Plant, trade only for a magic sword." Gilgamesh walked through the ancient street with an interesting smile on his face. Even Eris and Roxy, who had somewhat uncommon backgrounds, were surprised by the things they were seeing on this street. They hadn't walked too far before Gilgamesh was suddenly drawn to an item sold by an adventurer in a corner. This was an old dean, with a look that his head's horns could somehow represent his age. The item sold by this old dragon was contained in a crystal cylinder. It was not a very large fish. Moreover, at a glance, it was very cute and round like a little ball. There were patches of swelling and 5 colors patched on its body, giving it a cute appearance. This was a fish that was not particularly remarkable. In the ancient street, with people coming in and out, many did not notice that fish, and, at most, some only gave it a glance from time to time. However, most of the looks were drawn by the old dragon. At the end of the day, it was not at all common to see a dragon in human form. What a cute little thing. Gilgamesh took a few steps forward and touched the crystal cylinder placed on a wooden box. The way Gilgamesh looked at this cylinder was very peculiar, as even the fish itself was alarmed, and its initially adorable body changed to an extremely brutal appearance while a blinding light expanded throughout its body. In a blink, the fish's entire body increased in size several times. The sudden transformation not only scared Gilgamesh's group, but also the nearby adventurers who then came and gathered around. What divine creature is this? Seeing this fish roaring as it tried to bite the crystal cylinder, an old adventurer with a curious expression asked, "A blessed fish, at least that's what I know." Gilgamesh, looking at the fish in front of him, thought it would be incredible to have it, because this way he could create a suitable garden to keep the tree of immortal fruits in a magical environment. The old dragon raised his head, revealing a bright and terrifying light in his eyes. At this moment, he nodded slightly and said, "Right, this is a fish blessed by magic in the world, a little one without peers in the world." "A magically blessed fish," an old mage exclaimed alarmingly and said, "Legend has it that the clouds are like magical water, where the most incredible fish in the world live, whose magic can never be extinguished. So, if a magically blessed fish appears, it means it comes from that place." Suddenly, the hearts of curious adventurers and surrounding mages began to beat faster. Who couldn't be moved by such a treasure? If they could raise a fish like this, it might even take the appearance of a truly brilliant being. What are you asking for this fish? Asked a great mage who couldn't help but contain his curiosity. The old dragon slowly raised his head with eyes like lightning and looked at the group of people, then said slowly, "A magic potion capable of repelling the darkness of an eternal evil." What did that dragon say? I don't understand. What is that? Gilgamesh looked at the dragon for a few brief moments and said, "We'll see each other another time. Go back and give this to your son. For now, you must await my arrival, and when the time comes, I will present myself properly." Hey! The dragon stood up with a slight surprise. But Gilgamesh said once again, "If you leave now, your son will be able to live. If you don't, he will die consumed by his curse. I will completely remove it when we meet again. After all, the central continent will be mine." After a good distance, Eris asked softly, "What just happened?" His son was cursed, a truly dark curse that consumes both his life and his magic. Gilgamesh was brief with his response. "So will that save him?" "Of course not. His son's life is not worth what he has given me. He will have to offer more if he wants his little dragon to survive for more than 10 years. Gilgamesh smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. Eris and Roxy were very calm. Even Cussenfield was very different from before, staying completely silent, watching to ensure that the two twins didn't eat the fish their lord had obtained. Gilgamesh continued strolling through the ancient street with his group. One had to say that, although the items displayed on the ancient street were indeed treasures, there weren't many items that he desired. A true magical treasure. When Gilgamesh was walking down a steep street, someone exclaimed from a group ahead. Hearing this shout, many people changed their expressions, and in no time, many people surrounded the area. Anyone who can help this old man do one thing. This old man will give the person a treasure. At that moment, a rough old voice echoed among the crowd. Gilgamesh, who was passing by, was also surprised. The first gesture was to give others a magical treasure, which was truly incredible coming from a person. So he approached. On a simple plate was an old man dressed in wizard's clothing, a large hat, and a gray cloak that covered his entire body. He wore a calm expression on his face, as if he were an ordinary person. At that moment, the old man slowly took out a magical fire treasure. Although this treasure seemed to be something simple, it was actually a genuine item that released an adorable magic of manipulation. To be honest, this magical treasure was created inside a volcano and is said to have been made by a god. It is made of a very expensive material that cannot be obtained today. The old man placed the magical treasure in the air in a metal box. Placing a magical treasure with that powerful fire aura was a move that immediately drew everyone's attention. After the old man placed this treasure on the mother box, he then placed a purple seed on the table. This seed seemed common, but in Gilgamesh's eyes, only he could make the most of it. This seemed to be a seed similar to a bean. It was purple and seemed like it couldn't be planted because it needed a special method of fertilization. This is a seed of purple peaches, a magical tree that grants fruits that only the gods can enjoy because it will give anyone who eats it the ability to be a god with just a taste. The old man continued speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone had to take a deep breath. A magical fruit that only the gods can eat. How terrifying was this existence? It even grants a large amount of magic to everyone who eats it. Suddenly, the crowd watching looked around in amazement. This old man was too daring. Perhaps the request he made would be so significant that common people like them in this place couldn't do much. What made the people even crazier was that the precious magical item seemed like they wanted to grab it and run away right at this moment. After taking out the two objects, he reached into his chest again and fumbled as if he were finding another treasure. Suddenly, everyone felt worried and felt anxious inside. They were curious to know what the third object the old man would take out. Old man, hurry up and take out the treasure. Don't torture us this way. What will it be? An adventurer saw that the old man searched inside his chest for half a day, but didn't take anything out, so he couldn't help but shout. Don't bother me. damn poor." The old man didn't even raise his head and just blew a flute. It seemed as if he were the lord of the air. With a furious wind noise, this warrior was thrown out of the city of green oak at great speed. Everyone took a cold breath. The adventurer who spoke at this moment was very big and seemed to be very strong, but he was thrown away like trash. This made all the spectators step back as their hearts trembled. Everyone then realized that this old man in front of them couldn't be intimidated. Otherwise, he wouldn't take out such an impressive magical treasure now. With this event of interruption, all the spectators in this place didn't dare to speak. Everyone even held their breath while the old man in front of them searched for something inside his chest. Finally, he found an ancient wooden figure that was so old it looked like trash. But the old man placed it in front of him and said, "Strawberries of eternal forgetfulness, delicious giant strawberries hidden inside this wooden figure." Gilgamesh, in this crowd, as he looked at the purple seed, felt incredibly tempted. Before conquering the central continent, he wanted to create a beautiful magical garden in which he could spend eternity with his wives. Therefore, being adorned with delicious fruits was something that would suit him well. Have you ever seen giant strawberries? After following Gilgamesh for a long time, Roxy understood him better than anyone else. She felt the subtle changes in Gilgamesh and gently whispered in his ear. Gilgamesh remained silent, only staring at the old man with the corners of his lips slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile. This old man wants everyone to do something very simple. At this moment, the old man raised his head and cheerfully smiled at everyone. Then he said, "Listen, anyone who can open this chest can choose any of these 3 treasures." After finishing speaking, the old man's eyes narrowed as he said these words and threw a large stone chest under his feet. Such word from the old man caused a commotion among everyone. This thing was too incredible. It was like a damn rain of hamburgers. By opening the treasure chest, one could immediately grab one of the treasures on the wooden box. This was the best thing in the world that could happen to anyone. So, after the old man finished speaking, everyone stared at him. "Is this true?" A demon lord couldn't help but ask. The old man's eyes squinted as he smiled. "This is more real than even fornicating with a mermaid. This is no joke. My words are made of gold, and I never regret my words. Anyone who opens this stone chest can choose any of these 3 treasures. Any conditions?" Suddenly, everyone was eager to try this cake falling from the sky. And who would want to miss this great opportunity? No conditions. Whether you hit, crush, or use magic. Everything is possible as long as you can open this stone chest. The old man happily smiled and looked at everyone speculatively. "I will go first, and no one get in my way." Suddenly, everyone was advancing, wanting to immediately rush to open the stone chest. "Don't worry, there's no hurry. Take your time. Everyone will have a chance." The old man casually waved his hand and prevented everyone from rushing. He smiled and said, "Those who want to try have to form a line first. One at a time. I hate pigs, that crowd." Previously, the old man easily expelled an adventurer, so when he opened his mouth this time, no one dared to be presumptuous. Everyone immediately fell silent. An intelligent person immediately stepped forward and said, "Let's form a line." At this moment, everyone rushed to form a long line. Among the line were ordinary people. There were also magi kings from one direction and even emperors and sword kings. However, Gilgamesh did not line up. He pulled Eris and Roxy to the side and calmly watched the fun. In a short moment, there was a long line with a huge and spectacular crowd. "Go ahead. You need to be quick when it's someone's turn. Only 3 chances at most. Don't waste other people's time." The old man smiled as if he expected something. "Open sesame." Standing right at the front was a demon lord. He quickly rushed forward and reached out, grabbing the buckle of the stone chest. He stood firmly as his battle aura flowed. The muscles in his body tightened, exerting a power capable of shaking mountains. However, no matter how much energy he used, even if he gathered all his strength, he was unable to open this stone chest. "Open, open, open." The demon lord did not give up and revealed his true form. This was a large monkey with extremely sharp dual claws. He clung tightly to the top of the chest, but the stone chest remained as before and didn't budge an inch. "You can't do it next." The old man shook his head and initiated the next turn. The demon lord was unwilling. He exerted all his strength, but still couldn't open this stone chest. Although he was unwilling, he couldn't do anything about it. Thus, he withdrew angrily and stood to the side to enjoy the bustling scene. "Open." The second person was a wizard. He opened his mouth and chanted a long enchantment, and a sharp blade surrounded by red energy appeared. This red blade was very terrifying. Boom! However, no matter how terrifying this magical blade was, upon striking the top of the stone chest still didn't move and wasn't damaged. Not even a mark was left behind. This wizard launched 2 more powerful attacks. Each of his attacks added to the earth, but he couldn't damage the stone chest, not even a bit. Next, the old man was too lazy to take another look at this enlightened being. He shook his head and sent him away. "I will do it." A swordsman unsheathed his sword, and the entire battle aura moved from his body and penetrated the top of the stone chest. However, the result remained the same. He couldn't open this stone chest. Next, the old man shook his head, disappointed. Shortly after, people lined up one after another, taking turns to try and activate their techniques and methods. There was even a madman who hit the stone chest with his forehead. However, regardless of the method, the stone chest remained unmoved and undamaged. Finally, a powerful mage took action. He lifted his magic staff and began gathering magic, putting a powerful force at the tip of his staff. All that magical energy formed an attack, and the street, which was quiet until then, soon filled with chaos. Even powerful mages formed a barrier to prevent further damage. Eventually, almost everyone had a turn, but still, no one could open this stone chest. This stone chest was like a rock in the toilet, so hard that nothing could break it, making everyone grit their teeth in frustration. More than half of them left the line, giving up before even starting, watching stronger people than them surrender. "It's my turn," said a beautiful woman wearing leather armor. Boom! Amidst the lights and battle aura, she made a move. No one knew how she triggered her sword, but with a swing that encompassed unbeatable killing intent, it was seen by everyone. As the edge of the sword descended, it was enough to show its invincible killing intent, making everyone shudder. Everyone felt chills all over, and their bodies were as cold as ice. It was as if the killing intent enveloped them. In this very second, everyone felt that this sword did not cut the stone chest, but it could cut their heads without hesitation. Clang! But still she failed. Even the girl dressed in black couldn't believe it. She had extreme confidence in her sword. Not to mention this stone chest, even a hard mineral would be cut under this descending sword. However, the stone chest in front remained undamaged, and this was simply unthinkable. The girl dressed in black couldn't help but look fiercely forward. The seemingly gaze was able to pierce the stone chest with her killing intent. "You can't do it." The old man shook his head and said, "Your sword is indeed a good sword, and your sword technique is truly unparalleled, but it's still not enough." Many people had already tried to open the chest, but the old man didn't even evaluate them once. At this moment, he finally spoke. This was enough to show that the girl dressed in black was truly exceptional. Although the girl dressed in black couldn't accept it and found it inconceivable, she didn't make another move and withdrew to the side without saying a word. While standing on the side, everyone else quickly took 3 steps back, not daring to approach. Such a woman was someone they didn't want to get involved with. "She's strong, but I'm stronger. Can I split that stone chest in half?" Eris pulled Gilgamesh, slightly excited. "If you don't control your strength, you'll not only split the chest but also the whole city." Gilgamesh murmured with an ironic smile. Eris and Roxy's strength in this world was practically unmatched. There were people stronger than them, but they could be counted on one hand. That is to say, they were very powerful. After that quite powerful girl stepped aside, no more adventurers, wizards, or even swordsmen were willing to humiliate themselves with their poor skills and step forward. Even sword emperors and powerful wizards couldn't leave a scratch on that chest, let alone weaker ones. Is there anyone else? The old man stood in his place and squinted at everyone. At this point, many adventurers fell silent. They finally realized that there was no such thing as a hamburger rain falling from the sky. This old man pulled out the coveted magical item and divine fruits, but he was willing to give them away. One could only imagine how great his strength and skills must be. So trying if that old man couldn't do it would be a big joke. Let me try. Maybe I can do something. When everyone else had given up, a loud and prominent voice was heard. A young man walked forward with firm steps, demonstrating his powerful battle aura. This man seemed to have enough strength to step on anyone present with his impressive aura. His gaze revealed a perceptible disdain towards everyone, and he had a sword with a deathly aura at his waist. With this sword, this man seemed to have unimaginable power. He's one of Alexander's followers. An adventurer saw the seal on the proud figure's shoulder and emotionally announced his identity. The expressions of many present changed after hearing that he was one of the followers of Alexander, the current god of the sword in the north. That immortal man was someone many had heard of, and anyone present inevitably had to respect him. It is said that Alexander had many disciples, hundreds of them scattered all over the world, and many still followed him. After all, he was a god of the sword, possibly one of the 7 world powers. His influence in the current era was greater than that of the ancient dead or sealed gods. In the current land, under the apparent calm of the continents, anyone would be moved when the current gods were mentioned. In the last human-demon war, the god Kalman III was the most prominent god in that war and fought incredibly strong beings until his bones were broken. At that time, his entire clan had been massacred by the demon god. So with everything they had, all the descendants of Kalman fought tooth and nail to avenge the one who had overthrown them from power and crushed their prestige as the immortal race. Today, after several days of Kalman III being absent since he arrived in the city, how could they not be surprised to see a follower of such a god now? In everyone's mind, the apprentices of this man would be at least a sword saint, a follower of Alexander. Even if he's possibly just a disciple, that doesn't mean he would have the abilities to break that stone chest. A demon snorted at the sight of that arrogant figure. The disciple, named Jupiter, stepped forward and looked at the stone chest in front of him. Then, he snorted coldly and unsheathed his sword. He raised a violet sword in his hand. The sword, in addition to its color, emitted slight flashes of electricity. However, although they were weak signs of electricity, it was like a huge death scythe held by Jupiter. He raised his sword and used the North Blade style, which amazed many at the level of mastery of that battle style. There wasn't much electricity on the outside of the violet sword, since it all traveled inside. However, it was harnessing its own great power with the technique it was about to use. An elemental sword. Noticing that electricity traveling inside the violet sword, a man with strange eyes involuntarily shouted. Upon hearing the 3 words, elemental sword, many swordsmen unconsciously stepped back in amazement. An elemental sword. This was a sword practically from a god. When everyone saw this swordsman, named Jupiter, holding a sword full of character, they all retreated because they didn't want to be affected. This is a sword I got in a dungeon. In the world, as long as I take good care of it, I will be able to defeat my lord someday. Jupiter didn't wait any longer, took a step forward, and swept the entire space in front of him with his attack. Boom! When the tip of the sword touched the stone chest, a thunderous sound broke through the magical barriers and even cracked the structures around. Electricity was then released, and everyone except Gilgamesh's group retreated dozens of meters. But at this moment, when everyone thought this would be able to open the stone chest, the word impossible was written on their faces because that powerful attack couldn't open the chest. Impossible. Jupiter couldn't help but shout. He couldn't believe that the chest hadn't received a scratch. Everyone's eyes widened in complete disbelief. With such an unimaginable sword, that was enough to kill a sword king in one blow. However, that power was not enough to tear the stone chest. How is this possible? Jupiter took a deep breath. That sword isn't bad. However, Compared to the black sword of the lady over there, it's not even close to matching it. That black sword was used by powerful swordsmen, and she managed to perfectly suppress the killing intent. The old man's words startled everyone present, and they all looked at the black sword held by the girl in black before stepping back in fear. No one thought that this black sword was an inherited sword used by many swordsmen. Since the origin of the black sword was revealed, the look of the girl in black cooled into a killer's intent that seemed like it could annihilate the sky. Girl, you haven't fully mastered that sword yet, so it's better not to use its full power. Although the killer intent of the girl in black was monstrous and absolutely fierce, she knew that she had encountered a powerful person this time and dared not make a reckless move. Do you still want to try? The old man averted his gaze, then looked at Jupiter standing in front of the stone chest as he asked. Jupiter, furious, stomped his foot and withdrew to the sideline. Although he was unwilling, he stepped back. Anyone else want to try? The old man laughed and looked at everyone, then spoke slowly. This old man will be stationed here until the ancient street closes. If someone wants to give it a try, don't hesitate to do so. Of course, I also welcome everyone to call their friends and masters, spread this good news, and let someone else try. The old man's words left everyone speechless. Did someone even want to jump up and curse him? This was just a deception, right? Even a man who was a sword emperor couldn't open that demon's chest, although any of the 3 treasures ahead was coveted by everyone. When even the powerful failed, others couldn't even dream of opening it. Haha, the useless ones can't open that stone chest. It's surprising that something so simple can't be solved by so many present. When everyone was silent, a voice full of mockery was heard clearly. When these words came out, everyone looked at their origin and saw a golden-haired man holding the waists of 2 beautiful women. They immediately felt unhappy, then saw the other 2 beauties behind him and became furious. Even Jupiter got upset. Your words sound really confident. The old man looked up and squinted, staring at this man who seemed to pretend to be ordinary. Gilgamesh, who was always standing on the side to watch the fun, slowly walked forward at this moment and looked at this stone chest while calmly saying, "To me, opening this stone chest is an extremely simple matter. Boasting isn't just about words, but also about experience and ability." Gilgamesh's words caused many people present to become annoyed. There were many prestigious and strong beings who had tried it, so that was like spitting in everyone's faces. What grand words! Even Jupiter got upset. Gilgamesh simply didn't care about the crowd and looked at the stone chest before revealing a sinister smile. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh, then said, "If you can open it and are so sure, then you can try. Once opened, you can take anything inside the wooden box." Gilgamesh calmly looked at those objects and said, "Maybe those items are something out of this world for you, but for me, they're not good enough to make me move my hand." Such words of contempt from Gilgamesh suddenly drew many bewildered looks. What kind of disdain was that? Wasn't a magical object supposed to be in the eyes of someone who was present? That level of arrogance and performance was too shocking. Haha, he really has a great tone. A demon who knew Roxy's background couldn't help but mockingly laugh. A year ago, the Migard tribe, who disappeared overnight, would at least have a bit of my respect, but a mere human like you, who seems weaker than a little mouse, has no right to boast. Hey, stupid donkey, it's not his fault that he's handsome and you can't even reach on horseback. Tuck your tail and eat dirt until death. Eris shouted, being held back by the little twins as she was about to kill the demon. Don't worry, sweetheart. Those words go in one ear and out the other for me. Just watch from the sidelines as all these leftovers swallow their words. Gilgamesh enjoyed silencing people without resorting to force. That was unfair, and he didn't want others to think he only wins through strength. I want to create an immortal garden to live with my wives. However, I need all the seeds of magical and exotic fruits you have. Is that all you want? The old man became even more serious when he heard those words. Gilgamesh, calm and comfortable, replied, "I don't need magical items or weapons. I have everything I need in this life. I certainly need delicious fruits to share with my women, but I suppose that information is irrelevant to you. As long as you give me all those seeds, then I'll open that chest for you." Gilgamesh's words caused a significant change in the old man's expression. In an instant, his eyes transformed from a calm elder to a fierce ancient beast. The sudden gleam in the old man's eyes caused everyone to lose their colors. Even the sword emperors had to take a deep breath and couldn't help but step back. Suddenly, everyone understood that this deep and immeasurable elder should not be disturbed. However, shortly after, the old man's eyes returned to a faint appearance. He squinted at Gilgamesh and then said slowly, "It seems you have peculiar tastes." Gilgamesh remained carefree and smiled. Then he said, "My appetite is satisfied every day, so there are very few things in the world that can be fulfilled. Therefore, I only seek things that will be useful to me in the future." The old man couldn't help but squint his eyes. It was evident that he doubted a bit. Other people here didn't know how important the seeds of magical trees he possessed were, but these were extremely valuable seeds he had cared for decades. He wanted to know what was inside that stone chest, but was hesitating at the moment. Gilgamesh gently caressed the stone chest and calmly said, "Do you want to obtain the item inside and dispel the doubts you have? I ask you, how do you expect to pay with such small items when the one who can open it asks for something specific?" The old man paused for a moment and finally made a decision. So he said, "Well, this time I'll be very generous with you. As long as you can open this stone chest, not only will I give you all the seeds in my possession, but you'll also have some whose origins I am unaware of." Gilgamesh picked up a crystal box and immediately placed all the seeds that the old man continuously took out of the chest into it. There were dozens of seeds of all sizes and colors that one could imagine. It was easy to see that these seeds were from different parts of the world, and their maintenance could be costly. They truly are marvelous seeds. Gilgamesh was satisfied and slowly nodded his head as he spoke. The old man narrowed his eyes at Gilgamesh and slowly said, "Sir, it's your turn. However, it's better if you haven't boasted in vain. If you can't open that stone chest, I'll do my best to collect with interest." Crafty old fox. Gilgamesh smiled and extended his hand to gently caress the stone chest. His touch was very soft. It was as if he were rubbing the shoulder of a lover. "Oomph. Even if you touch it 10,000 times, it's still impossible to open this stone chest." Seeing Gilgamesh caressing the stone chest, someone got angry and coldly mocked. However, Gilgamesh ignored him and crouched down. Then, he whispered softly next to the stone chest. It was as if he were intimately whispering to one of his women. No one could hear those soft words being spoken. Crack! A clear and crisp sound appeared just as Gilgamesh stood up. The unthinkable happened, and the stone chest was actually opened. Suddenly, the entire area fell into complete silence. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. No matter how wide open their eyes were, they couldn't process that the chest would open so easily. "What is that?" At this point, people with keen eyes saw that inside the stone chest, there was a small golden bracelet. Seeing this object, they were stunned for a while. Everyone thought there was an ancient and magical treasure inside the stone chest, but it turned out to be just a bracelet. The old man was very skillful and grabbed the small, shiny golden bracelet from his chest at once. His expression was like a guardian of treasure embracing his gold. It seemed as if he was afraid that others would steal it. Many people couldn't see the nature of this small golden bracelet, but as it was already stored inside the old man's chest, no one dared to ask him to take it out so everyone could have a look. For a moment, countless people felt a deep regret in their hearts and wanted to know what the chest contained, but, as the old man didn't say, others had no way to find out. After a while, the old man finally hid his treasure and asked, "How did you do it?" The words of an emperor cannot be ignored. "You wouldn't understand even if I said it," Anton said as he showed the seeds to his women. "Do you want to be my disciple? I have countless treasures. Some are still undeciphered. So I'm looking for a capable heir to continue the legacy of the Tower of the Wise," said the old man in an interested tone. "I'm not interested." Gilgamesh turned and left. This time, the old man was really insistent and quickly said, "Wait, Wait a second, I'm truly interested in your talents. I don't deceive people. You've got what you wanted, and we staged a fair play. If you want, you can have this magical object. Such a scene made the eyes of Gilgamesh's women feel alert. Could this old man be a beautiful woman hidden in the body of an elder? Cursed old man, he must learn his place. You're wrong about one thing. Gilgamesh turned around and said calmly, that object reacts in the hands of whoever holds it. If it's in the hands of a common person, then that stone chest is useless. My authority is beyond this world. There's no man alive who can compare to me. After saying that, Gilgamesh withdrew with a slight smile on his face and looked deeply at the old man. Only an emperor can touch the belongings of another king. Not everyone has the qualifications to be a king. What do you mean by that? At this point, Eris was quite curious. How could that stone chest react differently in each person's hands? Although it seemed like a cursed object, there was nothing linking it to that, so she had her doubts. Gilgamesh smiled and said, although it may sound strange, objects over time develop a sense of ownership and authority. That chest possibly belonged to a king. For that reason, only a king can touch those belongings and open it with the authority it entails. A common person can't open that chest, so forcing it open is a challenging task. Of course, that right to open the chest is also in you, the women of an emperor. The authority of your word has changed your destiny completely by following me, and my authority is now illuminating your paths. Have our paths been illuminated? Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Eris and Roxy couldn't help but be surprised. That assumption is incredibly wonderful. No one could ever imagine something like that. Is this possible? Even Eris, who believed everything Gilgamesh said blindly, thought this was too good to be true and asked, when one gets married, they decide to give everything to the other party, including the most precious treasures in their possession, which would be the heart and soul. What material object matters more than that? That's true. Roxy finally understood the meaning of the future and destiny. My wish before I die is to give away all my treasures to those who need and require something from me. Gilgamesh smiled with a slight nostalgia. Eris and Roxy glanced at each other before falling silent. No matter when it is, they believe that when Gilgamesh talks about death, it's something he somehow feels more than everyone else. After all, he had died once. How was that Gilgamesh compared to the one they had in front of them? If they had the chance, they should see it with their own eyes. The twins walking ahead were also impressed. They immediately classified Gilgamesh as the alpha and not the stupid dog that slept all day. The ancient street was very spacious, with many sellers from the central continent selling products, and the only thing they accepted was gold. Some came from the demonic cities in the east, and others from the Millis continent. It could be said that, in this place, beings from anywhere in the world could be seen. Outside of the human and demon races, there were even Dragon Clan beings walking without bothering anyone. Gilgamesh, along with Roxy and Eris, strolled down the ancient street. Although there were many sellers inside, the items that could catch Gilgamesh's eye were actually few in number. After passing halfway down the ancient street, there were no desirable treasures. However, as they walked, before they knew it, there were some people who started pointing fingers at them. Most of them were young humans. At first, Gilgamesh's group didn't care. However, the matter exceeded their imagination. Slowly, the adventurers who were with them not only pointed but also whispered, "Is she Roxy?" It's said that she's the last of her clan and might know about the disappearance of her village, but she seems not to care. As Gilgamesh's group was walking, a young demon slowed down his pace and looked strangely at Roxy. Damn, how could she be so calm if her entire species was hunted like dogs? A demon on the side muttered disdainfully. Indeed, the adventurers' gossip wasn't limited to just this, and it wasn't just this group. It was as if there were quite a number deliberately doing so. It happened just like with the elves, but here it's different, because she possibly abandoned her family. What audacity! Hearing this, the gazes of Roxy, Eris, and Gilgamesh turned cold. From the beginning, Roxy didn't care about what was said about her and in what tone it was said, But what right did these demons have to question her life? How can a demon marry a human? Although no one here confronted them directly, anyone who heard immediately knew who they were talking about. Roxy was trembling with anger after hearing these harsh words and had a sense of injustice. The desire to wipe out this city with everyone inside is growing stronger. Gilgamesh's gaze became serious, and he coldly said, "When I don't kill people, even the world itself must accept it. However, killing is becoming a necessity now. Undoubtedly, the rumors were deliberately spread with someone helping in the shadows just to annoy Gilgamesh because they knew it would infuriate him. Kill them. We must exact revenge for this offense with blood," Gilgamesh muttered in an icy tone. Without further delay, Eris immediately disappeared, and like a ghost along the street, the heads of everyone who was whispering flew into the sky. In just a few seconds, Eris had beheaded more than 20 people, and after doing so, she stopped beside Gilgamesh. Inside the ancient street, wanting to find the person in the shadows who was pushing these rumors was not a difficult matter. Gilgamesh used a bit of his gold and immediately found out who was spreading these rumors. On a balcony of the ancient street, there was a group of followers of Alexander. Within their group were some demon lords counseling them. In this group of talented young speakers, they were more or less intentionally or somehow flattering Alexander. In reality, this was not a strange matter. However, at this moment, when the circle of young people was conversing, they saw Gilgamesh coming in their direction with Eris and Rosie from a distance. A young talent looked at one of Gilgamesh's followers and said, "Notify Alexander that the man he's interested in is about to cause some trouble." Running to the top floor, the most devoted follower of Alexander said, "My lord, Gilgamesh is coming as expected. Use some effective things to provoke him." "There's nothing to fear." Alexander sneered and wanted to see how Gilgamesh would come to his door. A look of disdain soon appeared on his face. Then he said, "He has married a demon. The rumors from the Holy Church of Milis should have something to do with it." "What did you say?" Roxy, who had incredible hearing, was filled with fury at how that man used that tone. She had always had a calm personality, but now she can't understand where that man's trouble-seeking comes from. Alexander looked at Gilgamesh and said, "What brings you here?" "We seek your death." Gilgamesh took a step forward and clenched the fist of his right hand. A mere human using that tone? The rumors sure ceased to be true. Seeing how Gilgamesh moved towards him with just one step forward, Alexander clenched his fist and struck with extremely powerful force. One had to know that Alexander was a sword god. In his eyes, a common human wouldn't be involved in things that concerned him. Under the force of his fist, it was more than enough to take Gilgamesh's life in his eyes. Gilgamesh accepted this challenge, and his fist collided with Alexander's. Boom! However, the result was not in the things Alexander expected. With clear, bone-crushing sounds, under the impact of Gilgamesh's blow, Alexander's right hand was shattered. Gilgamesh's right hand easily had enough strength to crush the entire city, so he effortlessly crushed his opponent. Alexander screamed horribly and was sent flying dozens of meters, impacting houses and destroying entire streets. The sound of the impact was undeniably loud. Lord, he's in serious trouble. Alexander's protectors were soldiers appointed by his family. They had always been close by, and now that their lord was injured, they immediately rushed towards Gilgamesh. The three demons were sword gods. "Get lost!" Eris shouted coldly as she unsheathed her sword, and waves of flames spread around, engulfing those three figures. Immediately after, Eris brutally massacred all those who got in Gilgamesh's way. "Who the hell are you?" Alexander saw how his right hand had been shattered and shouted in anger. At that moment, an axe flew in Gilgamesh's direction at great speed. Seeing this attack, Gilgamesh raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The battle axe immediately disintegrated under his powerful kick. Simply Gilgamesh's physical strength was enough for even this magical weapon to be shattered. Although Alexander had used his battle aura along with some methods to eliminate his enemy, Gilgamesh only needed to move a muscle to annihilate any attack and retaliate 1,000-fold. Gilgamesh took another step and instantly appeared over Alexander, beginning to kick him like a dog. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of bones breaking echoed as blood painted the ground red. Under a single kick, Alexander's countless bones broke as he gushed blood madly. The sound of bones breaking was deafening, giving others chills as they felt their scalp tingling. "How dare you?" Seeing Gilgamesh stomping on his lord, the guards in the surroundings roared. "Kill them all," Gilgamesh said coldly as he looked at the others. In an instant, Eris maneuvered with her untouchable movements to the figures rushing towards Gilgamesh. When the flames spread, she forcefully struck the figures that couldn't even get close. For Eris, with her extremely powerful sword, none of the elders were really her match. Boom! The flames exploded as Eris began to swing her sword. That simple sword changed the appearance of the skies. Under this incredible sword, every enemy succumbed to the flames. A sword that could release such sacred flames was a relic never seen before in this world. Suddenly, those who wanted to interfere with what Gilgamesh was doing let out a heart-wrenching cry. All of them recoiled amidst the flames, spitting a mouthful of blood. But without stopping, Eris, like a war goddess, appeared in front of them, dealing a powerful blow that separated the heads from their necks, and they fell to the ground. The movement of a sword had eliminated 3 powerful elders. Eris, who had made this move, did so with an expression similar to the indifference of the wind when the sky rains. Back then, Eris had refrained from killing a man out of mercy from an elder, but as Gilgamesh had now said, there was a time for everything, and now they just had to kill their enemies. Suddenly, the scene was completely silent. All the present adventurers were dumbfounded with surprise, while the stronger ones still had more disbelief on their faces, sweating cold as their hands trembled. A sword killed 3 experienced, powerful elders. This powerful battle record was challenging even for those who aspired more in life. Anyone who considered themselves the #1 genius on their own continent would definitely not surpass this. Gilgamesh, with one foot, stomped on Alexander's chest. At that moment, his chest had completely collapsed due to the strong pressure. Gilgamesh looked at him coldly and said, "How can someone like you be in this state?" It seems even you have no idea. Of course, they got the wrong person under your feet. But it's normal. You still don't know my master." "Your true master?" "Even if it's a complete immortal, I wouldn't mind eliminating the trash from my presence," Gilgamesh said casually, but angrier than usual. After finishing speaking, he slowly pressed his foot on the chest of the man he initially thought was Alexander. However, everyone here would die anyway, so the sound of breaking bones appeared, and all the remaining bones of the man died under Gilgamesh's foot. Then Gilgamesh saw as this man's face changed appearance, and he screamed with a shrill voice, "Master, save me." "Gilgamesh, don't go any further." At that very moment, a cold shout resounded, and a sword slashed down from the sky directly towards Gilgamesh. This sweeping sword engraved the underworld with a flowing sword intention capable of splitting its target. Gilgamesh didn't even spare a single glance. Eris, in an instant, moved at a superior speed, and with a swing of her sword, directly clashed with the attack heading towards him. A magnificent sword skill. Even in this situation, the real Alexander emerged from a large building. At his sides were 2 more elders. These were much more powerful, and although they looked human, they were not. Even if they are gods of the sword, all will die a mediocre death like the rest. Even if we face each other 100 years later, all of you are destined to lose. Eris was extremely dominant with her arrogant expression. Everyone was dumbfounded in amazement upon hearing Eris speak at this level. Even the old ones from the previous generation were amazed. To be granted the title of God of the Sword, one had to defeat at least the titled God of the Sword and claim their place. Many powerful swordsmen were known because they had faced each other in the past. Some maintained the title of God of the Sword, but it was not very common to keep it for a long time. In today's world, even when the war had ended, demons, not to mention the immortal race to which Alexander belonged, were extremely terrifying. However, Alexander, as the current god of the sword in the northern style, was despised by Eris in this way. This was a direct challenge to both his pride and abilities. You are that despicable scum looking for trouble. Now that we meet face to face, you should expose your true purpose. Roxy raised her magic staff and unsheathed her sword. My lord, is this the last of the Migard? Isn't she behind the disappearance of that village? Just at that moment, an elder beside Alexander directly asked sarcastically, I actually don't care much. I heard she is the wife of a human who is a target of the Holy Church of Milis. I just wanted to find out if she was really involved in what happened in that village, and if it could help increase my reputation. Alexander responded coldly, with an emotionless expression. The elder murmured again, with a strange voice, If so, then you shouldn't show mercy to that human. Both demons and humans will understand if you kill him now. There is no better time than now. You old bag of bones, die. Gilgamesh's words had not finished yet, but a sword shot at imperceptible speed. The moment this sword fell, a human head exploded like a watermelon. Curse! Alexander was surprised. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't even rescue him in time. Cough! Master, save me. At that point, the man Gilgamesh had stepped on had a weak breath. If you let him go now, I'll stop attacking you. Alexander took a step forward and unleashed his rippling battle aura, stomping the ground. Even the ancient street trembled a bit. Just a damn kid like you. The overwhelming battle aura Alexander was releasing was blocked by Eris, who was in front of Gilgamesh, holding her sword horizontally while maintaining her arrogant expression. Alexander's face was extremely difficult to see as he looked at Gilgamesh and said coldly, Gilgamesh, a man must go out and fight his own battles. Don't hide behind your women. Go out and fight my own battles. Gilgamesh smiled and forcefully stomped on the body under his feet. A snap echoed as the disciple's head of Alexander was crushed underfoot. It was too late to even scream. You! Alexander's gaze was fierce, and suddenly it turned into two strands of killer swords that slashed towards Gilgamesh. But Eris swung her sword horizontally and cut the two sword edges. Miss, do you want to fight? Alexander had unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, a more dominant battle aura came out of his body, rushing towards the surroundings. At that moment, everyone present knew that this battle would be something they had never witnessed before. If that sword in Alexander's hands was a treasure, then they themselves should be careful not to be affected. Let's fight then, Alexander. Eris remained completely dominant. Even if Alexander wielded his Dragon King Kajikut's sword, she wasn't afraid. The sword in her hands was much more powerful than that of her enemy. The two parties facing each other was a scene that astonished many present. The confrontation of powerful beings was undoubtedly filled with arrogance. Eris's way of speaking caused the present cultivators to look at each other. Logically speaking, Alexander was older than his grandparents, but at that moment, the girl's actions were simply defiant. Prince Gilgamesh, consider that your actions may bring serious consequences to the Asura kingdom ruled by your father. An ancient voice emerged from the darkness, and in an instant, an elderly blindfolded man with horns on his head stared coldly at Gilgamesh. This sudden change caused the people who were enjoying the noisy scene to gasp. Does anyone else back you up? After the blindfolded elder appeared, Gilgamesh looked up and asked Alexander. Alexander frowned and said disdainfully, I am the only one who will fight against you. I will defeat you and prove to everyone that I am the strongest. At this moment, when he fought Eris, he felt a bit anxious, sensing that he couldn't make progress in fighting against that woman. Being beaten by a woman would completely ruin his reputation. I can't believe you really think I rely only on women for defense. Gilgamesh burst into laughter and pointed, saying, Even if your old stupid grandmother comes here, it's not a difficult matter for me to kill gods and immortals. Several people felt that Gilgamesh's words were too exaggerated and arrogant. What big words? I'm here. I want to see how you will destroy our immortal clan. A voice that stole everyone's attention belonged to the same blindfolded elder. This elder was a demon, a very strange one that many did not know. But what they did know was that he was incredibly strong due to the battle aura surrounding his body. Everyone felt a powerful pressure crushing their bodies. This elder walked forward, staring explicitly at Gilgamesh. Who is that elder? The elder in front of them had a faint aura of ancient battle about him. This meant that he was a great demon, one step away from being an ancient demon lord. The guardian of the rift. In the crowd, someone recognized that old demon. So, it's him. Someone murmured in the crowd. The demon known as the Guardian endured, defending a rift from which grotesque beasts emerged, seeking to exterminate all life on Earth. The blindfolded demon looked at everyone in the crowd and said, "Since when have humans been so arrogant? Being in the demon continent, humans actually had little right to be arrogant. Stop being racist, old fool. You create enemies where no one is judging anything." Gilgamesh lazily said before someone in the crowd could say anything. The gaze of the blindfolded demon turned fierce, and he coldly stared at Gilgamesh. His voice was sharp as a bell, and he said coldly, "Human, even if your father comes here, you will not leave alive." After saying that, his battle aura filled with killing intent burst towards Gilgamesh, and a powerful violet crystal headed towards him. The movement of the old demon was extremely terrifying. Ink-black clouds began to form in the sky, falling like a cascade as an ancient battle aura burst forth, and many ran away. While the great attack was heading towards Gilgamesh, both Eris and Roxy became alert. However, Gilgamesh remained calm. He materialized a huge axe and threw it towards the arrogantly acting demon. Boom! Golden thunder exploded, and divine energy covered Gilgamesh's body, completely piercing through the attack in his direction. That's the attack of a god. In an instant, many of those present were associated when they saw that wave of destruction and a battle aura never before seen in this world. The blindfolded demon was not the only one surprised. All the old adventurers watching here knew the meaning behind a power compared to that of a god. Despite being powerful, few could unleash a large-scale wave of destruction like the one a moment ago. Once the power of a god is released, everyone underground must flee for their lives. Demons, humans, and beastmen are nothing to me if they dare to disrespect my women. Gilgamesh's gaze remained full of arrogance. In a blink, a dozen golden ripples shot out behind him, powerful enough to destroy the world. In an instant, everyone trembled in terror as they saw a third of the city completely destroyed. Mere mortals could not withstand the power of a god. Do you think you're the only impressive one here? After losing numerous defensive magical items, the blindfolded demon held a fan in his right hand. This fan released black energy and exploded into a terrifying offensive power. Anyone who wants to defeat this enemy of life, step forward. All positions can go to you. Seeing the demon make a move, everyone was both excited and scared. Boom! Not to mention the ancient street. Even the entire Green Oak City lost its colors when the two powerful energies appeared. Is that human really a god? Little toys, I like this. Gilgamesh coldly sneered once, and the ripples behind him increased in number. Beheading his enemies was easy, but the target was certainly troublesome to deal with. Those who don't want to die, get out of this place. Seeing Gilgamesh move forward regardless of anything, the blindfolded demon burst into power. Both sides were channeling terrifying powers, wishing to unleash the strongest attack to see whose aura was more powerful. Where did that human come from? Boom! Anyone who touches our Lord will die. At that moment, a dozen golden silhouettes appeared around Gilgamesh, and one of them in particular burst with power, eliminating all of Alexander's followers. In an instant, everyone was petrified. This was too challenging and irrational. Where did those figures around Gilgamesh come from? And who were they? All figures wore black armor, carried the banner of the Templar Knights, and all raised their swords. I wanted to have more fun. Gilgamesh felt a bit disappointed as the fun disappeared. He opened a huge ripple from which a giant sword emerged. Try the sword of a giant. Gilgamesh, with a cold smile, threw a sword at the blindfold. The golden ripples behind Gilgamesh launched a huge sword at great speed and with immense power, sweeping across the sky. Enormous gusts of wind knocked down houses and sent people flying. A massive aura flashed forcefully, capable of killing anything in its path. No one could resist the moment Gilgamesh unleashed 5% of his power, causing them to lie on the ground. A sword cutting through the sky caused countless people to pale. The bright sun was eclipsed, creating a monotonous darkness. Under this sword, all kinds of natural disasters appeared simultaneously. The blindfolded elder immediately lost his composure upon seeing this massive sword. Even if he had the power to fight gods, he couldn't stop this power unless protected by ancient gods. Protection. As the sword descended towards him, the blindfolded demon elder summoned all his power to defend against the attack, extending his hands and shouting in horror. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the sword descended from the sky. This impact made the entire Green Oak City exhausted. Buildings collapsed, and everything shook. It's the end of the world. Many people had that thought when witnessing such devastating power. Boom! The power, which had not fully descended, fell to the ground. Golden lights illuminated the sky. This force unknown to everyone impacted, shaking them to their souls. No matter where they were, everyone trembled in fear witnessing this small display of strength. Only a god could block this impact. Even if it's a god, they couldn't stop this blow. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and two giant swords of the same size moved outward. If you want to stand before me with that arrogance, be prepared to die. Boom! Boom! The golden ripples moved towards the sky, covered in a golden power. Although this attack was powerful, it was indifferent to someone like Gilgamesh. He could unleash thousands of attacks of the same style and not care at all about the surroundings. Boom! In a blink, power manifested in the sky. The swords exceeded the limit of believability, and three enormous swords descended with overwhelming power. Without a doubt, this sword descended and cut through the entire world, annihilating all present who opposed Gilgamesh. The blindfolded demon had lost his left hand. His body, which seemed distinct, flew with the help of his wings and gathered the power he had. Boom! Under this cut, not to mention the entire Green Oak City, even the nearby citadels trembled as if they were small boats amidst unstoppable tides, with their passengers in dismay. After a loud burst, the swords split the earth, and dust rose into the skies. The demon's body fell to the ground covered in wounds that would take his life within minutes. But Gilgamesh didn't stop, and small swords pierced his body numerous times. I won't lose. The demon wanted to resist more, but the swords that pierced him soon increased in number, and his energy along with his vision were fading. Crack! Crack! Two swords flew and suddenly pierced the demon's knees, causing him to kneel on the ground. Everything happened in a simple instant. One sword easily knocked down the blindfolded demon. Three more appeared, and then small swords pierced the elderly demon's body. Enough for today, just die. Gilgamesh waved his sword, and the demon's head split in half. You come here to insult my woman, seek fame, and what you'll get is death. Roxy didn't have to move a muscle this time. She stood beside Eris, and both watched what Gilgamesh wanted to do. If you kneel, god of the north, I'll spare you. Gilgamesh said, knowing the answer. In your dreams. If you're so powerful, then kill me. But I'll never surrender. Alexander shouted with a furrowed brow. Really? Gilgamesh laughed and pressed with his foot. Saying this, numerous chains surrounded Alexander. These infamous chains had no restrictions, and their power even a god couldn't resist. My patience is running out. For others, a man like Alexander, who was like a legend, was rare to see in such a lamentable state. It wasn't easy for common people to come across such an ancient figure, and many, including demons, didn't want to see someone like him being killed. Alexander gritted his teeth and gathered all his battle aura around his body to resist Gilgamesh's suppression. However, no matter how many times he tried, it wasn't enough to counteract Gilgamesh's strength. You can't even resist my killing intent before being injured, let alone now that you're as pitiful as a pig before being killed. Unless you were a true god, you might have caused me some minor annoyances. But now, either you apologize or I'll destroy your muscles, bones, and make you regret encountering me. Gilgamesh said nonchalantly with a smile. Boom. At this moment, Gilgamesh's hand was placed on Alexander's neck. Under his pressure, air stopped entering his lungs, and the sounds of strangulation made others think that his neck could be broken at any moment. Alexander spewed a mouthful of blood. At that moment, even his eyes were dripping blood. It felt like a man fighting against the heavens, a mere human going against an almighty god. Forgive me, Alexander muttered. He chose mercy over dying in this place forgotten by the world. He clenched his teeth tightly and finally said, I wanted to confront you since rumors say you are extremely powerful. If you are as incredible as you claim to be, then you will understand my true purpose in facing you. The methods used by my disciple were not correct, so I apologize for that. After those words came out, Alexander's body couldn't help but tremble. For a powerful being like him, surrendering was the greatest humiliation of his life. Today, in front of so many people, forced to kneel on the ground and admit his mistakes to someone who wanted to be recognized as a hero was the worst thing that could have happened to him. It's not so difficult to bow down, is it? There's a great difference between men and you. For someone who has lived like me, bowing is worse than death, and I would prefer to die standing 1,000 times than live kneeling. But accepting death is believing in the path you have chosen without regrets. Do you want advice? Redirect your life, and when the time comes, the doors of death will be just another path. Gilgamesh released Alexander's neck and casually said, although you are still far from achieving something like that. Alexander's words left everyone in silent contemplation. The words didn't need to be spoken. Everyone could more or less guess the intentions of someone like him in facing Gilgamesh, and that might be related to the rumors of the Holy Church of Milis. Alexander was still sitting there with a vacant mind. At that moment, he couldn't hear any sound. He couldn't forget the pain of this humiliation imprinted on his mind today. He was a man proud of his strength, and wherever he went, he would be praised by anyone, regardless of race. As a descendant of an immortal clan, he sat at the top of any kind of race. Whether it was elves or demons, none could live as long as them. No matter where he was, his aura was brilliant and his arrogant smile. But today, he was suppressed by a man much younger than him in front of everyone. This was an unforgettable humiliation for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Roxy, who saw this with a cold expression, remained impassive. After accepting Gilgamesh as her man in this and the following lives, she had stopped feeling many of the weak emotions that could be forgotten over time. For someone like her, being at the top of the world was as simple as wanting it. Gilgamesh looked around at everyone and at the descendants of many races who had been following Alexander. Then he smiled and said, "You are all free to live your lives as you wish, but the moment you insulted my wife, all of you who spoke better fall to your knees and offer your hands. If you don't, you will die instantly." At this point, there was a deathly silence, and many sweated cold due to fear of what might happen. Could someone like him really follow through on this? However, at that moment, a demon fell to his knees and extended his left hand. "I offer my left hand as an apology. I didn't mean to speak with the intention of insulting your wife." The demon had a strong sense and knew perfectly well that Gilgamesh would start an unparalleled massacre at this moment. "Well, I always stay true to my words, so I'll start." When Gilgamesh said this, two double-edged swords appeared in his hands and disappeared instantly. Crack! With a burst of blood, the demon who had fallen to his knees before had been cut, and his left hand that was completely torn screamed in extreme pain as he saw his hand being completely disintegrated. In an instant, bursts of blood flooded the surroundings, but instead of the hands of those who had spoken ill of Roxy, their heads had been cleanly severed without any problem. Before many could react, corpses began to appear around, and those who were packing were instantly killed by the swords that shot out from the ripples. Those who hadn't spoken ill of Roxy simply closed their eyes in fear. None dared to open them for fear of death. The massacre spreading around alerted many, but none could resist. In less than 2 minutes, thousands had died, and Gilgamesh, covered in blood, returned to his initial position and murmured, "Remember, even if you've lived 1,000 years, I'm the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, who lived and died for humanity. I, a simple man, fought against gods and won. I'll do the same in this world. I'll seek out the human god and kill him. If any of the gods of this world dare to stand in my way, I'll crush them too." Looking at all that blood, the corpses on the ground, and the heads still floating, Alexander lifted his head and saw Gilgamesh's face. Only now could he understand the difference between them. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." Roxy looked at Gilgamesh with a gentle but impassive gaze over what had happened. She felt nothing at seeing those deaths, and strangely felt happy seeing her man's fury. In the end, she said nothing and just sighed while tightly clenching her fists. Words weren't as powerful as improving herself so that, in the future, she could wield her power against those who opposed her man. After everyone had left, a man approached Gilgamesh and said, "This massacre will only increase your bad reputation. Is that what you want?" Gilgamesh looked at the dragon and said, "I don't care. Those tainted by the human god will die by my hands. No matter what happens in the end, I will always emerge victorious." At that moment, the old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Gilgamesh. At the same time, his eyes emitted a terrifying light, similar to the sinister glow of an eternal fire. With immeasurable sharpness, he seemed capable of tearing through reality. Even Eris and Roxy, standing behind Gilgamesh, had to take 3 steps back. They didn't directly receive this fierce gaze, but they still felt that this flash could decapitate humans and demons as if they were insects. As cold sweat dripped down their bodies, they realized that this old man, who called himself the ghost of the lost dragon, was a horror beyond their speculations. "Old lizard, do you think I won't cut you in two just because you have a few thousand years?" Gilgamesh asked with a cold look running across his face. "No." The old man then withdrew his gaze as if lost and shook his head rigidly. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man, then calmly said, "I know very well that the strongest in this world is the dragon god. I have no enmity with him, so as long as he's not as foolish as Alexander, there won't be a problem. Now that I have several corpses to clean up, I wonder if you know what will happen if I leave them to rot. Leave them where they are. They were too foolish to get involved in this situation. For now, let me invite you to have wine in my old restaurant where not even flies land." The old dragon shook his shabby attire and walked towards his shop. As they walked, Eris couldn't help but look at Alexander, who had been left in a pool of blood, and asked, "Will he die? If he's immortal, shouldn't we seal him?" The old dragon looked deeply at Eris and smiled, then said, "Sealing him might serve as a lesson, but I think this is better because he can learn to behave correctly. I've been wandering through the demon continent looking for the Superds, and I've found nothing but trouble." Gilgamesh chuckled and said, "Old lizard, what brings you to me in the first place?" In search of help, Eris and Roxy, in the back, were confused as they listened to this strange conversation. They didn't know what was going on. "Your daughter cannot be saved. She should have died a long time ago due to the curse that governs her body." Gilgamesh knew from the moment this dragon appeared what his intentions were. "I know, but you're an exception, the only exception." The old dragon whispered, "I can smell her body, the power of your soul, and how sacred you are. Maybe you haven't thought about it, but the celestial restrictions on your body are gone now. You are a full-fledged god." Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and silently looked at the old dragon. As one who once was, he had a lot of experience. He had seen it all. Naturally, he had seen the past of this dragon and knew he had a half-dead daughter in the ancient cemetery. "Show me something that interests me, and maybe I'll consider saving your daughter." The old dragon didn't look at Gilgamesh. He looked at the facade of a rundown restaurant and murmured, "Then follow me." "What is that senile old man talking about?" Looking at Gilgamesh, Eris was the most straightforward. This old dragon was just a spectator, but he became extremely intrigued after I said I would kill the human god and deal with all the gods who stood in my way. In that way, he assumes he could cure his daughter, who is in the ancient cemetery. Does he have something that interests you? Roxy asked curiously and pointed. Very few things can pique your interest. Of course. Gilgamesh smiled and said, he's an old man with thousands of years. Obviously, I don't want to see his entire boring life and fill my head with blurry memories. I prefer to fill my memories with you too. Upon hearing this, Eris and Roxy were surprised. Such a thing was too intimate to say with total normality. Can you save his daughter? Roxy asked once again. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, not entirely, but I can do something to make her lamentable life take a complete turn from its current state. Let's not make him wait too long. Gilgamesh then smiled and walked toward the narrow path leading to the dark door. Eris and Roxy glanced at each other before following him eagerly. Originally, they thought this door would lead to a dark place, but after entering, they found that this wasn't the case. Behind the door was an expansive space in the form of a large courtyard. In this place, sunlight shone, giving a very comfortable feeling. However, once they saw the content of the courtyard, the girls were left gaping. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. They stared at all the objects in front of them in complete astonishment. The large green courtyard had medicinal herb gardens, silver ponds, small hills of books. All the necessary things were here, and, surprisingly, there were even living beings moving back and forth. That's a fairy. Eris's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Fairies were a legend that many had invented along with the deep-sea sirens, but many claimed to have encountered these beautiful creatures. They were fantastical and mythological beings that, on occasion, interacted with humans. Over there, isn't that a panda? I thought they were all extinct, but now that I see it, it seems sillier than usual. Eris, like a little girl, was shouting about everything she saw in this place. There are so many books. Roxy was the most excited, but remained silent. Seeing such treasures and books, Eris and Roxy were astonished. This greatly surprised them, and it wasn't too far-fetched. If any of these items were outside, there would be insane bloodshed to obtain them. There were no realms capable of having such incredible wealth. However, in this courtyard, all these coveted treasures were strewn about as if they were garbage. If you want them, we can ask for them, but I have so many treasures that this place becomes completely obsolete. I will take them into my treasury someday. That's a very incredible place, said Gilgamesh as he walked inside. At this point, Eris and Roxy looked at each other and realized something. With so many treasures left like this, the old dragon wasn't afraid of others stealing them. How terrifying was this old dragon? Finally, the three entered a side room. Even before entering, Eris and Roxy smelled an indescribable and nauseating medicinal aroma. With a more careful sniff, only an indescribable scene could be imagined as the source that left them breathless. There were a dozen bottles containing unknown medicines all around the room. At this moment, Gilgamesh closed his eyes and deeply inhaled the medicinal air, murmuring, "How long have you been healing your daughter with these natural treasures?" The old dragon muttered, 300 years. Now that you mention it, don't you think it's time to let her go? Gilgamesh asked, looking at the old dragon. Without getting angry, the old dragon replied, I would have if she had lived her life, but she hasn't been able to enjoy a mortal life, and I can't let her go without giving her that since I promised to take care of her. A promise is a promise. I can understand you as a man, but not as a father since I have never had children. Gilgamesh said nothing and asked, I can do something, but it won't be free. What can you give me in return? The old dragon responded slowly. I heard that you want to kill the human god, but even after 30,000 years, the dragon god who is seeking to kill him hasn't found him. Do you think you're different? I can be, said Gilgamesh, not surprised at all. You must have heard a lot, but I have privileged information that I have found over the years searching for a way to cure my daughter. How about an exchange? Asked the old dragon with a smile. Well, in addition to that, I want everything my women desire from this place, said Gilgamesh calmly as the water in a lake. Good, listen carefully. Where should I start? First, I'll explain what's happening with the last descendants of the dragon clan. All of us are being cursed, an attack that comes from an unknown source but limits us to many things to the point that the only way out is death. The old dragon closed his eyes tightly, as if recalling something extremely painful. Eons ago, the creator god grew tired of building countless planets and realms. For his final works, he created 6 pristine but imperfect planar worlds and merged them into a cube, stabilizing their delicate balances. The dragon who said this felt his breath weaker and murmured, "Our worlds, for this reason, are known as the six-faced universe." Then that same god created 6 lesser gods to watch over these creations, giving each of them power over one world, namely, God of the Sea, Dragon God, Beast God, Human God, Sky God, and Demon God. As creations of a higher being, they were forbidden to interfere with each other, but they worked together to protect the structure of the cube. The creator tied the life of each god to their world so that if a god died, the world would be destroyed. Although powerful individuals and demigods would arise in each realm, none could surpass the power of these 6 facets of creation. With his magnum opus complete, the creator relinquished his form and perished, leaving his body in the empty space at the center of the cube, also known as the void world. But small pieces remained floating in the darkness. Those small pieces came back together after a long, long time. The god reformed, but it wasn't the same. Something else awakened in the darkness. It called itself Hidegami and claimed to be the human god. The first dragon god felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't exactly understand what Hidegami was doing. When Gilgamesh heard this, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and his aura changed completely. He was finally facing someone who knew the human god to such an extent that it was unheard of to find such a person in the world today. No one could defeat him. Roxy asked with a furrowed brow. If those gods, who were the heart of the other worlds, had died at his hands, that means perhaps no one could have faced him. The old dragon shook his head and murmured, "He's hidden. I found many clues about his whereabouts, but it's still complicated to find him." Gilgamesh, more aware of the situation, asked, "So, what happened to the true human god of this world?" It's unknown what happened to the human god, but we can assume that he was killed like other true gods as part of Hidegami's broader plans. The old dragon said, but seeing Gilgamesh's even broader smile, he asked, "What's so amusing?" Gilgamesh looked at the old dragon and said, "So, the human god can be killed. I heard that the only way to defeat him is to seal him. But if a human god was killed, that means by taking his authority, one can take the position of the human god and thus prevent the destruction of this world." The old dragon seemed surprised and asked, "So, do you really want to kill him?" "Oh, of course, he wanted to play with my pride and hasn't stopped trying to kill me over the years since I awakened the memories of my past life in another world and dimension. I shouldn't tell you this, but what I detest are gods with Hidegami's profile. He's still doing it," the old dragon said. "Throughout history, Hidegami creates conflicts between different factions, leading to widespread destruction and chaos. He whispers poisonous lies into the ears of the dragon god and his 5 most powerful generals until their distrust and paranoia toward the other realms turned into open hostility. Then, did everyone come here after that conflict?" Eris's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hidegami deceived the dragon god into launching a devastating attack on neighboring realms. Refugees fled to the human world, turning it into the main world. Looking deeply at Gilgamesh, the old dragon said, "He's doing the same in this world. He will use all realms to kill you and all your loved ones, regardless of whether it disrupts future plans." There was a silence as the conversation focused on Gilgamesh. It was well known that the religion of Milis had been tainted, and a war against the Asura kingdom might break out at any moment, with the goal of wiping it off the map. But Gilgamesh wasn't worried. The time would come when he would erase the god's footprint in this world, and he intended to accelerate the technological growth of this world. Perhaps that's his downfall. The old dragon said after a while. Why do you say that? It's quite simple. From killing other gods to influencing the actions of key individuals, Hidegami's sinister machinations have a significant impact on the ongoing future of this world, said the old dragon, as he took a big sip of a golden liquid. He fears that some power from the future might kill him. That's why he tries to end your existence. This prophecy has led Hidegami to take desperate measures to avoid his predestined fate. He has gone so far as to try to eliminate your loved ones, to erase the possibility of you becoming a major problem. If he knows, he must be someone powerful to figure out about the future, just like you, Gil, Eris said a bit more cautiously. But despite his extraordinary abilities, apparently, Hidegami remains a slave to the same fundamental will to survive that governs all living creatures, living with a sense of self. He uses his powers to alter the flow of time and influence events. In doing so, he creates alternative timelines in which he reigns supreme, increasing his control over people's lives and our realities. However, his foresight powers are limited. He can see fragments of what is to come, but the future remains unwritten, said the old dragon, looking deeply at Gilgamesh. He's truly just a representation of all the darkness within humans. Gilgamesh, as if a father to humanity, said, "Man is human by nature. That means as much as the value of a human considered in a species. Envy, selfishness, inherent evil, and love are some of the most dangerous poisons." Gilgamesh pointed and continued, "I will save your daughter, but that might be limited to you telling me. How can I find the human god?" The old dragon remained silent for a few minutes, and finally said, "There is talk of an ancient temple, where the starlight is as dark as the eternal abyss itself. No one knows how the true human god interacted with humans, but like other gods, he certainly had a religion. The easiest way to connect human hearts." Gilgamesh fully understood this point and said, "I have inside information. Many speak of a temple. Sometimes, some even tell me that the answer to my question is in places much closer than I think. Do you know exactly how I can interpret those words? If you've been to the ancient forest, you must know that it is an unknown place, a battlefield where gods and demons clashed. Humans used forbidden magic while the elves somehow sealed the place to prevent the contamination from spreading further. Do you know if that place is actually part of this world or a key that connects to other dimensions?" asked the old dragon, narrowing his eyes. "A war site, perhaps one that connects to all the dimensions created by the imposter human god. But now that I think about it, could we reach other dimensions through it?" Gilgamesh asked, contemplating that place with much more depth and seriousness than before. "The temple you seek is a hidden place where the human god was worshipped, the true human god, and the way to find it is in that place. You just have to focus your attention on ancient relics, writings from the ancients, and you might find a temple that speaks about him." Gilgamesh, a bit less interested in this aspect, said, "Get ready. Let's enter the ancient cemetery in search of your daughter, and then our deal will be concluded. As a tribute, I'll add the books and interesting things that my wives liked." "Understood," said the old dragon as he bowed his head. Gilgamesh eventually climbed the high peak that stretched along 10,000 miles with the rest of the group outside the bone forest. They finally stopped where this peak looked like a huge serpent coiled around a mountain at this location. Then, they entered a mysterious valley on the high peak. Without Gilgamesh leading the way, the group would not be able to find their way through such a narrow mountain. There was the sound of flowing streams within this valley. The stream made contact with the nearby lava, emitting very pleasant noises. This mysterious valley on the high peak resembled a magical path, giving a comfortable and fresh feeling once inside. They then stopped in a nondescript canyon surrounded by lush trees and sweet grass. There was nothing ahead of them, except a cliff at the end. The only notable thing on the cliff was that it was extremely smooth. First, let's thank nature for its incredible vigor. My best friend taught me a way to do it, and it truly is the best way to appreciate nature. Gilgamesh then pointed to a spot for the twins to place ceremonial offerings to nature, then started throwing gold bars on the ground, and they began to walk forward. After tossing a lot of gold, everyone fell silent. In my past life, what I appreciated the most was gold and worldly treasures. When I learned that there was more to this world than just that, my friend taught me to give back to the earth what we take from it. Gilgamesh bowed and took the earth from the ground in his hands, felt the fresh air, and murmured, "O nature, I do not aspire to be the loftiest in your choir, or be a meteor in the sky or a comet that can rise so high, but only a zephyr that can blow among the reeds on the riverbank. Grant me the remotest place where I can run my airy race. In some secluded and solitary meadow, let me whisper among the reeds, or in the woods with the rustle of leaves whisper, while the tranquil evening falls, because above all, I will be your child and pupil in the wild forest, than the king of men elsewhere, and the most sovereign slave of worry. For before anything else, I prefer just a moment of your dawn than to share the whole year of the unhappy city. Give me to do some quiet work, and let it be by your side." The entire group of Gilgamesh felt the earth with their bare feet, took a deep breath, and a greenish aura soon began to resonate with the wind. Nothing more wonderful than this existed in the world, feeling where one came from and how one would end. Nurture the earth and continue nurturing the magic. After the ceremony, Gilgamesh burned all the mundane offerings on the ground. After tossing everything, he smiled deeply while holding the chains of Enkidu that once filled the starry sky. While the Gilgamesh group was contemplating the lyrics, something incredible happened. He knew there was a high possibility of bringing his friend back, but he was bothered by the fact that he couldn't remember the past moments of his life. Not only would it damage their friendship, but it would also disrespect him for not being able to let him rest. In this world, life and death are ephemeral. Feeling that you belong to something is paying attention to time and details, said Gilgamesh as he sat on the ground and gazed at the starry sky. Eris sat smiling while eating cookies, and the twins ate large meat legs. They remained silent while devouring the food that Gilgamesh continuously brought out for them. As for Roxy, she looked at the sky and the chains of Enkidu. "Are we going straight to the forest?" Roxy asked as the group's mood improved. "Yes, we need to complete this before the journey," said Gilgamesh, slightly intrigued. While traveling on the Vimana like mad, Eris asked, "How exactly will we find that place if the old dragon started the journey on his own? He should have accompanied us. Isn't it very inconsiderate of him to leave us here?" "It's the way. Nothing to worry about," said Gilgamesh, pointing. "We had our own issues to consider. Appreciating nature is much better than anything else." On the Vimana, a huge mountain appeared before their eyes, and a deathly aura burst around as they descended simultaneously. Going down a slope, there was a subtle cave where the old dragon was waiting. "Let's start as soon as possible," said Gilgamesh as he descended from the Vimana and entered the cave where there was a water pond, inside which was a girl with silver hair. A curse that consumes the soul and memories. At that moment, magical recipes appeared in his mind. One blood ritual recipe after another mixed repeatedly. He wanted to find the right ingredients among all these memories to combine with this ancient Dan recipe. As time passed, Gilgamesh, unknowingly, had been standing for 5 minutes. The old dragon knew that Gilgamesh was observing his daughter's condition, so he made no move and stayed silently by his side. Eris emotionally wanted to approach, but Roxy quickly stopped her and shook her head gently, indicating not to disturb him. Shortly after, Gilgamesh's entire body exuded a golden light, as if he had been bathed in sunlight rays, and his breath became faster and stronger. What a headache, but a promise is still a promise. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and some magical fruits along with red potions appeared in his hands. Countless medicinal ingredients were matched in Gilgamesh's mind. From the trial of countless herbs and the search for recipes he had learned throughout his life, Gilgamesh's understanding of medicinal knowledge and his effort to determine this recipe had gone beyond anyone else's. Not for nothing had he found a way to create an elixir of immortality. Today, he exerted all his capabilities to create a medicine that would nourish the body of the girl in the water pond, and after a brief moment, he sighed deeply. People who knew about this recipe from ancient times, could not even be counted as few. Your daughter is cursed. She has spent hundreds of years in a deep sleep from which she cannot wake up unless you decide to give your life in exchange for her release. You could be with her for at least 10 more years, but that would be all, said Gilgamesh, looking at the old dragon, who maintained an ironic smile. I agree with that, said the old dragon, and walked toward the pond. I have lived for several thousand years. Have you even thought about what that can be? You are seeking immortality from what I could see in my visions. But truly, if you are alone, the years turn into days, and it is a deep pain. I don't care, said Gilgamesh, sitting on the ground, taking out a golden jug, 2 cups, and pouring the wine that very few in this life could taste. As I said, I am not a father and cannot understand you, but I would be more than willing to save my children at the cost of my death. The old dragon smiled and murmured, You'll be a good father then. What should I do? After some time, Gilgamesh stood up and looked at the old dragon and then said, This recipe is very ancient. I could try to recreate it, but it's still just the beginning with ingredients. I will need your blood in the pond. A single liter will be enough for it to work. The old dragon looked at Gilgamesh for a long time and finally nodded his head stiffly. There's no problem. After some time, Gilgamesh waited for the ingredients to come together and looked at the old dragon. He nodded and began to pour his blood into the pond where his daughter was sleeping. Roxy and Eris looked at each other with surprised expressions. What they were seeing was leaving them very astonished. How was there such a deep story in such a hidden place in the world? They didn't expect to meet a dragon in humanoid form. They had never seen one like this before, so it was amazing. Now start releasing your blood. At this moment, Gilgamesh looked at the crimson liquid in the pond and solemnly spoke. When Gilgamesh's words finished, the old dragon stretched out his hand and cut his palms without any expression on his face. When he released that blood, the crimson light cast 2 bloody rays resembling the bubbles of an erupting volcano. Eris and Roxy felt very alarmed as their bodies turned completely cold when they encountered this red gaze. Now withdraw your hand. That amount is more than enough, said Gilgamesh while looking at the liquid in the pond. Roxy and Eris couldn't help but be amazed. This process was similar to a blood ritual, but it was not at all the same since it was a ritual to heal certain bodily dysfunctions. At that moment, Gilgamesh released his aura, and with the tips of his fingers, a sacred light shone and pointed towards the girl's soul. Like Elaine, this girl had been cursed, and after breaking that curse, she would need to divert that cursed bond towards the old dragon. That's it. You will die in 10 years. That is also the punishment for trying to use me, said Gilgamesh, looking deeply at the old man, then pointed, but in this situation I would have done the same. The old dragon bowed and said, Thank you for understanding me. Leaving the cave, Eris couldn't help but ask, How did he try to deceive us? He is not from this dimension. Somehow, he managed to travel between different timelines to heal his daughter, and that ultimately led him to me, said Gilgamesh with a smile, because, in the end, he had to read the past of that dragon. It was more than regrettable, but he knew they would meet again. Let's go, we have to explore. This place was undoubtedly very strange. Gilgamesh, before destroying it, wanted to investigate it thoroughly and, if somehow it is of importance, seal it. However, if it turns out to be a problem, he would wipe it off the map along with all the trouble surrounding it. Riding the Vimana, they quickly passed over dark mountains and lakes. The Vimana's speed depended on what Gilgamesh, as the pilot, wanted, so he immediately took them to a flatter area deeper within the cemetery. This desert was completely desolate. There were no tall mountains, only short hills, and it seemed like a silent place. Regardless, Gilgamesh looked at this place with a hidden caution in his face. He could see what used to be the ruins of a palace, the fall of a civilization caused by war. Just as Gilgamesh was surveying the surroundings, he felt something in the distance and said, Roxy, take control of the Vimana and deactivate the shield. Holding a crimson spear in his right hand, Gilgamesh muttered, The dead die, and the living weep. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the earth shook and the sky darkened. Stairs emerged from under the ground, and several majestic peaks trod the skies. Gilgamesh glanced at Roxy once, then brought everyone inside this palace. It was very large, but there was no one inside. In the center of the palace was an ancient dark coffin. It had a rotten appearance, as if anything related to it was dead. "Why are you here?" Finally, a decrepit voice came from the ancient black coffin. The voice was heroically magnificent, like a true monarch. Gilgamesh unleashed his aura and said, "I can walk any path I desire. A dead man like you has no authority to question my decisions. I have a question for you. Do you know the whereabouts of the temples that praise the ancient human god?" "What kind of foolish question is that? I wouldn't mess with the gods if I were you. I already have enough with my curse, waiting for my moment to reincarnate," said the voice again. "Can't you answer?" Gilgamesh asked with an even colder voice. "If you didn't have an emperor's aura in your body, I would have killed you already." A dominant voice came from inside the ancient coffin. At this point, Gilgamesh's group's hearts were full of anger. Gilgamesh just smiled and said, "A ship has appeared in the sky, and it is said that the underworld is emerging again in this cursed place." Gilgamesh said solemnly, "Being buried inside the cave for thousands of years just for a measly chance is lamentable. Answer my question, and maybe I will consider destroying or not destroying this place." At this point, Gilgamesh paused for a moment, then continued, "This place should not exist, and I suppose it is an error due to my forceful immersion into this world. So, correcting my mistake is only a necessary good for this world. He. The tone of your words is grander than anything I have witnessed. I could feel that you were a king in your past life, and an unparalleled one at that." At this moment, the hearty laughter of the man inside the coffin resonated, and he said, "I never thought someone could destroy this dimensional rift." The explosion of laughter echoed, sending chills among Roxy's group. The laughter eventually subsided, bringing back silence inside the ancient coffin. "I only seek information about the human god I'm going to kill. It would serve me greatly if you tell me what you know. If you have nothing to say, I will leave this place since my time is more valuable than gold." Gilgamesh had no time to waste in this place. "Well, what you should know is that this place is only caused by the struggle of various powerful beings in different dimensions. This is the result of various timelines and their involvement in something unknown, but it finally caused this place of death, which many call an opportunity. The reason why many say they live and find rebirth is that there's a possibility of entering again into a new body within some of the existing timelines. If you seek a temple, you might find answers if you participate in entering the so-called underworld." At this point, Gilgamesh's group did not dare to breathe heavily. This was a very dangerous maneuver. Gilgamesh looked deep into the bottom of the palace and said, "This place will be destroyed or not by me. Are you okay with that? I'll leave that to fate. I hope your amusing struggle comes sooner rather than later, and that you don't end up only with the destruction of that god, but with the entire existence of the six worlds. At the end of the day, that's what we deserve for having despicable and foolish gods." Gilgamesh pointed his spear towards the ground and murmured, "I guess then I will decide whether to kill you sooner or later, a grotesque waste of time." Eris looked deeply at that place and said, "For God's sake, how can mummies exist in this world?" Cussenfield, who had just woken up a few moments ago, said, "That piece of ancestral relic doesn't even reach the level of a mummy. There is nothing but dust in that place. The bones, my beloved bones, do not exist." Roxy frowned and muttered, "You are truly a wholehearted dog now." "A hunting dog," murmured the twins, feeding him the bones they had kept for Cussenfield. "I'm not a bone-eating dog, girls. There's no way I'll teach you to be strong if you don't understand the meaning of being weak. You can get whatever you want if you have the strength to take it." In his previous life, Gilgamesh had taken all kinds of treasures as long as he liked them. There was nothing that couldn't be in his hands because no one could oppose him directly. After stepping onto this ground, all those who had been consumed in this place felt so close that they wanted to kill them and consume parts of their bodies. That's what this place is, and there's no way to change it, only by destroying it from the beginning and leaving nothing behind. Cussenfield, take your sword and fight the dead," Gilgamesh said authoritatively. He wanted to see how strong this subordinate of his was. "Yes, my lord." Cussenfield took his human form and jumped off the Vimana. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Cussenfield fought against a blackened corpse that acted on instinct, and from the ground, the commander extended into the sky, cutting through rocks and mountains. The surroundings sank, while strange waves of light led each of the attacks. Damn it, the last thing I wanted to do was fight mummies. Cussenfield, with his face covered in mud, crashed into a group of figures and cut them all with his sword, but there was one that was very strong and experienced, a nuisance to face in this way. Die! Cussenfield roared fiercely, wanting to break all the other undead who advanced towards him aggressively and recklessly. This time, many of the undead who were in the caves came out one after another, holding long weapons to search for that living being with rich life energy permeating his body. Boom! On the other side, the sounds of swords continually rang out while the roars of the undead echoed in the mountains. The burst of battle auras had a killing intent that penetrated the surroundings. Eris, in the Vimana, looked at Gilgamesh and asked, "Can we fight too? If both of us go together, nothing here will hurt us." Seeing how fierce Cussenfield was, Eris and Roxy wanted to join the battle. But first, they asked for Gilgamesh's opinion. "You will surely understand much better about battles. When a situation gets more intense, return immediately," said Gilgamesh while looking at the battlefield, and several ripples above his head launched several golden swords that destroyed hundreds of undead. Although Cussenfield was nothing short of extraordinary, he still couldn't change the grand scheme of things, and his lack of experience caused several blows that twisted his face in pain. When Eris and Roxy heard this, they both jumped off the Vimana and burst with unimaginable powers that penetrated the surroundings. Boom! A strong explosion resonated, and in the surroundings, a tremor erupted, and powerful spells cast by Roxy flooded the surroundings. "Roxy, fire spells will work against these creatures." Eris held 2 swords and launched herself at the undead. Upon hearing the suggestion, Roxy immediately conjured several fireballs that exploded in large explosions. In the distance, many could feel the great waves of battle that exploded forcefully. The great concentration of magic and flames that flooded the skies soon raged, extinguishing everyone within several kilometers. They are incredibly powerful. Gilgamesh, seeing the result of that battle, felt that it was a useless concern to worry that they might be hurt. The twins looked at this with excitement. They looked at Gilgamesh, but he shook his head. If he let them go now, it might cause a great disaster due to their uncontrollable attacks. Now that I think about it, this place is incredible for training my army, although in a way, I couldn't remain indifferent to the existence of such a grotesque place. If somehow the restrictions of this place become obsolete, millions of deaths may spread without many being able to do anything. At some point, Gilgamesh released his heavenly condemnations to eliminate hundreds of enemies just for whim. When can we fight alongside them? Delia's eyes shone with excitement. You are still learning from Eris. It wouldn't be very smart if you took on fights where you could easily die. Gilgamesh said while stroking Delia's head. Alba looked at her sister and murmured, "Those things are very ugly, sister. Remember that we almost died at their hands. But now we are strong, sister. We can fight against them." Delia's eyes shone with excitement, and she was just a breath away from throwing herself at the undead if Gilgamesh allowed it. "Better eat this," Gilgamesh said, taking out a box of white chocolates and sitting on the throne. When he did this, the 2 twins sat on his legs, and he could only sigh impatiently. They seemed to be 2 restless cats. In life, people have 2 choices that change their future, depending on perception and sometimes destiny. No one can avoid the decision to fight and bite to death or die as a simple human. After leaving the ancient cemetery for the second time, Gilgamesh was lying on a chair while Eris massaged his shoulders. Her slender hands squeezed his muscles tightly, and there was nothing more peaceful than this. They were now inside the house on Killa's body, a house that now seemed like a cozy place to live. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Gilgamesh took a deep breath and lay on two soft pillows, the entire demon continent suddenly shook. The entire Green Oak City trembled, as if there was an earthquake. There was a sudden change in his expression. Gilgamesh instantly calculated it in his mind, surprising him, and he immediately rushed out. At that moment, many people were running outside. Eris and Roxy followed him. They were even more surprised, and, seeing Gilgamesh's movements, followed him and saw something in the distance that left them speechless. At that moment, a visual phenomenon was appearing on the distant horizon above the ancient cemetery. There were a series of green clouds from which a huge ship descended. At that moment, the entire ancient cemetery was permeated with an aura of lamentation that spread everywhere. In the sky, above the cemetery, all the way to the source of that released energy, there were small bubbles similar to water droplets. Soon, the trembling ground connected with the center of the ancient cemetery. The river of the underworld has finally appeared and is released. Everyone lost their colors when seeing such a scene. Young people like Roxy or the twins became emotional and stunned because it was their first time. The appearance of the river of the underworld also signaled the arrival of the ship that guides the way to that legendary place. Groups from all over the world were here for the underworld ships, and the day they were eagerly waiting for has finally arrived. Isn't the legendary river of the underworld located in the Hell of Legends? Why is it descending from the sky? Seeing the river descend, Eris couldn't help but ask Gilgamesh. At this moment, everyone was looking at Gilgamesh. If someone could dispel their doubts, it would be him, who could understand the world much better than they did. Seeing the river flowing down from the sky, Gilgamesh shook his head gently and answered with a smile. What you see is not necessarily true, and what you hear is not necessarily genuine either. It's not a fact that you're seeing the mana river flowing down from the sky, and it's not the truth just because you heard that it's underground. Since time immemorial, countless people have sought the door to the supposed underworld. One legend after another has been created, and the only answer at this moment is that the earth has connected with the sky, dimensions have aligned, and timelines are linked. Does hell really exist in this world? Dahlia asked curiously. In fact, not only the interested young ones, but everyone in general was curious. There were many legends in this world. Countless adventurers debated whether there were ghosts and demons, as well as beings that have returned from death, but it was all in vain. If this world truly had ghosts and demons, then it would be the Hell of Legends, but no one had seen the real hell since ancient times. Gilgamesh did not answer Dahlia's question. He just looked at the sky toward the end of the mana burst, where countless traces of death surged with intensity. This phenomenon was very vague, but it was very clear in Gilgamesh's eyes. Is it really the underworld, or some phenomenon that is different from what is told? In the end, Roxy softly asked out of curiosity. Seeing the solemn and indistinct scene in the sky, where countless people were staring with fear, Gilgamesh only sighed softly at the end and said, "If there were any way to escape death, believe me, I would have saved my best friend back then." However, even the gods had no answer. At this very moment, everyone in Green Oak City was observing this astonishing scene in astonishment, especially the elders who came in search of an opportunity to extend their lives. River of the Underworld finally appeared. Seeing the river descending from the sky, countless elders murmured excitedly. In reality, at this very moment, countless eyes in different areas opened to look towards this place. It didn't matter if they were in the demon continent. Every pair of eyes in the distance overflowed with suffocating auras. Inside the floating fortress of the armored dragon king, there were many who looked towards the same direction with reserved thoughts. All of them wanted to see the truth behind this magical event. The appearance of the river of the underworld was enough to excite both the living and the dead within the cemetery. Being buried in a cursed land, there was a supposed chance for rebirth, but this was merely a chance. Countless people were buried there for hundreds of years without the chance to leave the cemetery. However, with the appearance of the gateway to the underworld, both for the dead and the dying, this was an opportunity. Being able to intimidate the supposed underworld would at least give them a chance to survive. Overnight, countless beings started heading towards the annex. Even Orsted, the dragon god, had come to Green Oak City and looked at the ship with mysterious eyes. He muttered, "Nothing is the same. What is happening with this timeline?" If someone were nearby at this moment and witnessed this scene, they would be absolutely terrified, while the more cowardly ones fainted at the horror. Boom! At this moment, inside the cemetery, whether it was deep within the valleys, high peaks, or the rivers, countless beings left their ancient coffins and headed towards the ship. Although rumors indicated that the ship would allow one's life to be prolonged once buried on the innermost route of the forest, this opportunity was extremely trivial. As for being reborn and living for another era, that kind of phenomenon was just a myth. We have to observe what will happen. In the end, we'll contemplate whether to destroy this place or not. Are we heading there tomorrow? Since the river of the underworld had appeared, Cusenfield also quickly approached to ask Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh replied with a smile, "There's no need to be so anxious. We're not competing with ghosts. For now, many horses without reins are heading towards that place. Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow will be another day." Roxy didn't question Gilgamesh's words. At this point, many people were heading towards the cemetery. He returned to bed. "Have you heard about what happened a day ago, right in the middle of the old street?" An old man asked his group while eating in a tavern. "I heard there was an extremely exciting fight." "Who exactly won that battle?" asked another man in his place, looking at the old man. "Don't believe me. I couldn't get there in time, but when I managed to see the result of the battlefield, there were hundreds of demons and adventurers dead. All of them seemed to have offended one of Gilgamesh's women. So that was the result of those acts." In a tavern, there was a whole group of adventurers talking about the battle in which Gilgamesh had participated. They were all incredibly excited, recounting the things they had seen that day and the foolish decision those who died had made. Right in a corner, Rudius was sitting quietly, listening to everything that was said about Gilgamesh. When he arrived in this town, the rumor massacre had just happened, and he found out that a mage who was a demon woman had been criticized by many demons, and, as punishment for that sin, thousands had been killed. At the same time, throughout his stay in this town, Rudius discovered that anyone preaching against Gilgamesh was killed the next moment by unknown forces. If he thinks about it, being a prince, it is understandable that he has a background protecting him, but still, the extent is very surprising. In the following months after the Mana disaster, Rudius learned much more about practical magical combat techniques and group strategies. The ice between him and the companions he made on the way also melted, and he began to socialize more. This was important for his development because he really lacked the social aspect. He never had anyone to talk to beyond Eris and Sylphie. There were two possible conversations he had. Either people were far above him in strength, or his status intimidated them. Wherever he went, he heard about Gilgamesh. His exploits shook the continent every time he appeared in public, and that really left a deep mark on him. After all, he was talking about a semi-god who most likely has no rival in this world. Although it would be very likely that he is invincible, Rudius wanted to try to fight and know if at some point in this world, he has the chance to defeat the King of Heroes. Yes, Gilgamesh is someone very impressive, but in his eyes, they were on the same level. That is, at a young age, he reached king-level magic, not far behind Gilgamesh, who became a sword king at his age. He couldn't compare to him in prestige, but his strength was not far behind. By striving to the fullest, and with the help of the human god, he would decide whether to face Gilgamesh or not. He was not a fool. In the end, he had come to a deal to try it as long as there was a possibility. He didn't want to die at the hands of Gilgamesh when his life was just beginning. He needed to go as far as possible and see how far he is from that man. If he thinks about Gilgamesh's weaknesses, it would be that he is a very arrogant man, which doesn't allow him to fight with all his might if the enemy is not worthy. He doesn't know how to use many weapons from the gate of Babylon properly, and has been defeated by rivals much weaker than him. Rudius laughed bitterly and murmured, "Even with a legendary armor, Gilgamesh seems to have his most powerful weapons in this world." If that's the case, he could even destroy this entire city if he feels like it. He lost consciousness when Gilgamesh launched his powerful Enuma Elish attack. He couldn't hear the attack clearly, but it was definitely much stronger than a sword emperor. He could even fly. Was there anything that wasn't taken into account? For this reason, Rudius needed to make many careful decisions, not show himself until he was completely sure he could defeat Gilgamesh, and ask him then, what is his purpose in this world? All I have now is a ring that grants me an extra amount of mana, the ability to store powerful spells and cast them whenever I want, but only below the Emperor rank. Rudius muttered as he looked at the ring on his hand. He obtained this ring along with some magical books he found in a dark cave where there was a corpse. He learned a lot of high-level magic, and thanks to the human god, he got this ring. How'd he know it was special? That's easy. The ring released a special aura that anyone with enough strength could feel. He never realized it because, well, he didn't have enough strength to notice it or specialize to feel it. Rudius laughed bitterly, remembering what the human god said. He says that in the future, it might even store powerful magic that could harm Gilgamesh. But what it really is just a superior magical item. There was no one to protect him. If someone killed him, they wouldn't have to worry about the repercussions. He also asked the human god if the ring could serve for something else, but the only answer he got was a simple, no. I'm serious. That Gilgamesh fought against the northern god and humiliated him. The old man shouted, to which Rudius stood up nervously. What? Gilgamesh is as strong as a god. Excuse me, isn't Gilgamesh just a child? Rudius asked with some hesitation. The old man looked at Rudius, then saw that he had a magic staff and said, "Ha, child. He's a young adult, at least 30 years old. He wore a great golden armor and was accompanied by 4 beautiful women and a divine dog. He's definitely a man blessed by the goddess of love." Shut up, old man. If you want women, go buy them from a slaver. You don't know, right? A man looked disdainfully at the one who recommended buying slaves. What? You can't buy slaves anywhere anymore. The Uruk Towers are buying all the slaves in the world. And even if you're lucky enough to buy one, you'll have 2 options. Either you sell the slaves to them, or they die at their hands. Nonsense, is that old news? Rudius felt a chill run down his spine. The Tower of Uruk? That's the name of Gilgamesh's kingdom. So, is that mysterious organization part of Gilgamesh's power? So why are they buying slaves? My lord, the dragon god has been spotted in this city and is currently staying in a modest tavern in a corner of the town. We have withdrawn our spies from that location as they could be discovered, and we've left a sword god to keep watch. Gilgamesh was sitting, playing chess against Roxy, and his indifferent expression changed slightly upon hearing that. Could that dragon god pose any kind of problem if he were to fight against him? After hearing that, he turned his head and said, "His appearance may signify something. If ever he comes into conflict, withdraw everyone from this continent. I won't bother with collateral damage when facing him. I think it would be fun to stretch my muscles a bit more before leaving this continent." At some point, while Gilgamesh was playing with Roxy, she asked, "When will I ever win a game against you? Didn't you say you want to play against me without me holding back?" Gilgamesh asked with a slight smile as he took a sip of his wine. Roxy showed an unsatisfied expression. She wanted to fairly defeat Gilgamesh, but she simply couldn't beat him after playing for over 2 hours and studying the rules the day before. Gilgamesh's moves were neither too aggressive nor too passive. His gaze made others watch him attentively. But in this household, no one paid him more attention than necessary, as if everyone had grown accustomed to his attractive features. Eris, on the side, was giving the twins lessons on the aura of battle. Her teachings weren't entirely useful because the twins, whenever they learned from her, became even more lethal, knowing when they would leave this continent forgotten by the world. Among all the games you could have chosen, this one is very subtle. Real games have time limits, and each player has a set time until it runs out. If you run out of time, regardless of the game, you lose, and there couldn't be any other outcome. After making a move, Gilgamesh won again, leaving Roxy deep in thought, analyzing what she had learned. Gilgamesh let out a deep sigh. He had agreed to return to the kingdom after a year, but things had changed so much that the time frame would extend to several more years. Although now, being able to take the throne of his kingdom whenever he wanted was an option for him, everything was much smoother now that he had control over everything. According to reports, all the nobles had been ousted from the kingdom. Most were killed, others died, and as for the rest, they were found guilty of crimes such as tax evasion and abuse of authority. There's not much to say when one is accused of these crimes. They were all hung like dogs on wooden posts, and the citizens of those regions killed them with wooden swords. The kingdom's dissatisfaction with the indifferent nobles regarding what happened in Fitoa made these actions go unnoticed. Elaine then took the opportunity to start reforming the cities, considering the shape she wanted to give to the Asura kingdom, and gradually, an ideal structure was created in the kingdom's rich territory. With everyone's help, hundreds of thousands of slaves entered the Asura kingdom, and several new border cities specialized in combat were created. In all directions, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were stationed, ready to go to war at any moment. Now, with Gilgamesh's continuous observations of spies in other kingdoms, starting a war was not unreasonable after all. Having control over the entire kingdom, Gilgamesh easily appointed his father-in-law Sorios as prime minister, one of his generals as the head of the war council, and took total authority over the kingdom's decisions. All civilians who had received help from Gilgamesh's faction burned down the churches that started speaking ill of him, erasing all signs that they had been brainwashed. They never stopped believing, but that belief was now reserved for themselves and not for a human. When Emilis continent learned that all the churches in the Asura kingdom were erased from their initial authority, they declared that evil had spread, but the Asura kingdom's response left all the kingdom shocked. The Asura kingdom rejects all discriminatory comments against Prince Gilgamesh, who has abolished slavery in the Asura kingdom and is the first to help anyone who wants to live in a kingdom without slavery and with the right to life. Everyone is welcome to this kingdom, and anyone who wants to take action for themselves. The sword of the Asura kingdom is more than sharp enough to take back the power that was once taken from it. Do not seek the unification of the central continent, because then a war will spread throughout the world, and the only result will be the flags of religions alongside kingdoms made obsolete by their greed. The dragons will be tamed, the nobles from other kingdoms will be burned, and any human who wants to open their eyes will be welcome to a new world. As for other races, they will be welcomed to a new change where they are assured of having a place to call home within the Asura kingdom, said Gilgamesh as he looked at the stars. The elf kingdom, the beast kingdom, and the dwarf kingdom will be established around the human kingdom, domains of unified authority under the Asura kingdom. Gilgamesh drew a beautiful silver sword, the blades shining on its edge, faintly illuminating the surroundings, and said, "In the end, I will have to fight again for what I achieved in my previous world. Believing in a god is fine. Feeling that religion is necessary is fine. But if that involves making certain decisions in your mortal life, then I will have to interfere and cut the evil at its roots." After much interest and eagerness to explore the unknown, the calm Gilgamesh began his final journey. Except for Eris and Roxy, you will stay in the city. Upon entering the cemetery, Gilgamesh told the twins and Kusanfil. This time, Gilgamesh didn't want to take anyone who didn't have enough strength to face a powerful enemy. Both Kusanfil and the twins lacked combat experience, so it wasn't a good idea to take them this time. Only Eris and Roxy could accompany him. In reality, both Kusanfil and the twins wanted to go as well, but they could only let go of this thought after hearing Gilgamesh's command. This time is a bit special. We're not digging for treasures. We're simply helping this continent get rid of the plague that is in this place. Gilgamesh smiled arrogantly and said, "This won't be a game like before. If something unexpected happens, I won't be able to protect you even if I want to." Of course, no one questioned Gilgamesh's decisions since they didn't want to bother him in the first place. Gilgamesh eventually departed with Eris and Roxy on the Vimana towards the ancient illuminated path, which led directly to the underworld ship. Eris looked at Gilgamesh and felt that he had some things on his mind. Since the appearance of the underworld river, Gilgamesh had been too pensive, focusing solely on caring for the seed of immortality for a few days, which puzzled Eris and Roxy. No one understood Gilgamesh more than they did. They could sense the change in his mood when no one else could. So today, they felt that Gilgamesh had some reservation in his actions. What will happen? After boarding the Vimana, Roxy gently asked. Gilgamesh looked at the underworld river on the horizon, flowing deep into the earth. He said nothing for a long time. After this pause, Gilgamesh then looked at the two and declared, "I intend to descend to the underworld." That night, when the underworld river appeared, Eris and Roxy's questions stirred his thoughts. After 3 days of isolation, although he said he was taking care of the seed of immortality, the truth was that he was reflecting on a certain case that might happen. Why bother if everything will be destroyed in the end? Listening to Gilgamesh's statement, Eris and Roxy's expressions changed strongly. Everyone knew that only the dead would rise, or the living on the brink of death would dare to take such risks. A living being venturing into that place would be complicated. Wouldn't it be asking to be attacked? Gilgamesh, we can enter directly on the Vimana, without trying to board those ships with cursed aura. Roxy earnestly persuaded Gilgamesh with a concerned expression. I'll do it because I want to know if my crazy theory, after so many things we've heard in this place, is true. Gilgamesh shook his head and explained. Eris put on a solemn expression as she looked at Gilgamesh, then exclaimed, "If we're going on that ship, we might as well eliminate all the undead before they can even blink." Roxy quickly followed Eris with her plea. "Gilgamesh, why go on the ship? We still have many other ways to enter from another place. Is this the only way, or are you looking for something different that we haven't realized?" For everyone, boarding an underworld ship was the same as wanting to die. Only the dead or the dying would be willing to do it. If one could still live for several more decades, they wouldn't want to board because the chance of success was tiny. There's nothing to worry about. As long as you stay on the Vimana, nothing strange will happen. Gilgamesh smiled confidently in response to the well-intentioned advice from his two women. Seeing his determination, Roxy no longer advised against it. She looked at him for a moment before finally asking in a soft tone, "What is the theory you haven't told us?" Gilgamesh couldn't help but look at the deepest part of the cemetery, then gently touched his neck before finally answering. "I have a brief suspicion that if different timelines align in this place, I should close everything before it becomes a problem." At this point, he was absorbed in his thoughts. He had been to the deepest part of the cemetery more than once in his future, but there were still some places in that location that had no easy entrances. Coincidentally, he recently discovered something, and now with the presence of the dragon god, he should be a little more cautious because if it's as strong as many mention, it should be more troublesome to deal with. "We'll be nearby. Don't destroy the whole place without letting us know." In the end, Eris and Roxy stood by Gilgamesh, activating the Vimana's barrier while keeping an eye on the surroundings. In comparison to the heaviness in Eris and Roxy's minds, Gilgamesh, on the contrary, was very relaxed. With a smile, he said, "I still have 2 beautiful wives. With such charming ladies, how can I be willing to die so soon? Wouldn't it be a crime for me if I don't enjoy such good blessings first, together?" Unlike Roxy, Eris seemed very convinced of this proposal. As for Roxy, she was still a bit nervous about such grand statements. Mentioning these matters aloud was something she still emotionally struggled with, even if her character was improving in leaps and bounds. While Eris and Roxy remained under the protection of the Vimana, Gilgamesh began to soar through the skies as he approached the ship that was flying not far from his position. Gilgamesh fixed his eyes on his women, slowly closed off his emotions, and a brutal aura surged from deep within his heart, enveloping every simple movement like breathing. That personality, he tried to mimic completely his former self, while shutting off any feeling that had changed him since he arrived in this world. As he flew towards the underworld ship, he exposed a bloody aura that only a general who had fought in hundreds of battles could possess. Yet, it was still nothing compared to what Gilgamesh was releasing at this moment. There was no comparison. The authority of a monarch was being unleashed in such a way that even the sky turned red. "This is damn exhausting," Gilgamesh shone in a golden aura, and his armor settled on his body as he took a deep breath, appearing above the ship filled with undead. Everyone, without exception, noticed his presence. All, including the undead, trembled in fear at such an aura that even the gods themselves would feel pressure. How many people did Gilgamesh have to kill to release such a magnitude of aura? Even now, he couldn't say an exact number. Hundreds? Perhaps millions? Staring deeply at the ship, he felt a certain magnitude pulling the vessel towards the depths of the earth, where supposedly the underworld was. This was a poorly made joke. How could a living human enter the underworld? Even if some were here for fun or simply seeking one of their last missions, it was absurd that lesser beings like them could withstand the aura of the true underworld. Anyone who directs their murderous intent towards me will be torn apart by the reality of this world. Don't provoke me, and you might live for a few more minutes. Gilgamesh's arrogant words carried immense weight that everyone felt, but even so, they dared not make any moves. Among the crowd of undead, some had a certain awareness of their predecessor and knew that they were in the presence of a supreme being who should not be underestimated, or this world could be destroyed as easily as waving a sword once. Don't stop me. Gilgamesh looked at Eris and Roxy, who remained a few kilometers away from his original position. Looking into the deepest abyss, Gilgamesh felt a disgusting aura covering the space right in front of him, and that green color soon tried to recognize it. However, at that moment, Gilgamesh's aura made the space tremble, and something seemed to break. At that moment, 6 undead with wings on their backs stepped on the void in the air to reach the ship, followed by 6 creatures that flew gracefully. They were completely synchronized, as if the 6 mounts were part of the 6 beings with wings on their backs. These beings were dead, their bodies decayed, but still, those wings on their backs radiated an impressive aura. The beings from the sky, one of the races that disappeared after the first human-demon war. Many said they were exterminated, and others claimed they simply decided to hide. But in truth, many stories were indifferent to all races that were lost as far as living meant. Everyone can have a goal in life, learn magic, know how to wield a sword, but none are actually bound to a larger goal, which is the evolution of a species and civilization. Demons continued to live in darkness and decadence. Elves, dwarves, and beast folk remained enslaved. If it weren't for Gilgamesh, who stopped this and led any elf who wanted to a liberated world, there would still be bandits enslaving these weak and incompetent species. How many powerful elves are there in the world? How many invincible dwarves exist? What about the beast folk? It was so easy to establish a kingdom with values and princes that Gilgamesh would not be needed for the intervention of development, but none seemed to care. There were gods in this world, but their authority was so scarce that the title was a mockery to the true gods. Gilgamesh looked coldly at all who stood in his way, waved his hand, and several ripples appeared behind him. After a simple sigh, several swords shot out at an unimaginable speed. Boom! Boom, boom, rain, blood, and love. All are unworthy to lead in front of my eyes. No god or king has the right to even call themselves by those titles when I exist in this world. If you demand mercy, I will reward you with death. If you ask me to stop, I will enjoy killing you all. I need to purge this world of beings unworthy of life, who put their thoughts and desires against morality. Gilgamesh's words resonated in the clouds like thunder cutting across continents. His divine authority exploded, and all who tried to resist it fell to their knees. Gilgamesh was angry. Every time he thought about it, he filled with fury, knowing that no one has done absolutely anything for this world. There was no need to think that another war was near. All were so weak-minded that they let themselves be manipulated by a false god hiding in fear above space itself. At this moment, Gilgamesh's hand did not tremble to eliminate those who were unworthy of life. Those who had played their role in the world as a species deserved eternal rest. But if he encountered beings seeking something that did not belong to them, they had to die and let their fractured souls rest. As the drums sounded, the ship Gilgamesh was on entered the earth, and a powerful aura erupted on the ground. No one knew why, but everyone could feel that something was about to happen, and it was something that couldn't be avoided. Gilgamesh was absolutely dominant in his descent to the underworld known in this realm, leaving everyone speechless. In this world, he was a powerful and invincible being. No one could stand against him, and he was completely sure of that. One had to know that the celestial restrictions he had in his previous life had ceased to exist in this world, so it was normal for him to be much stronger than before by difference. Being unrelated to any god, he could even aspire to cease being human and become an invincible being in the unknown universes. Legend has it that when the trumpets sound in the sky, everyone, as humans, must repent and worship life without exception, said Gilgamesh as he held a massive hammer in his right hand and looked at that energy with vicious eyes. You are truly unrestrained. Aren't you worried about not being able to return alive? Asked a voice coming from the depths of the west. If you enter here, we will never let you return. Haven't you realized that you are challenging all creations for the ancient? You are merely human. Have you ever felt what the world is? At that moment, a cold and ancient voice resonated like thunder in the underworld. Do you really think you are invincible in this world? Just before Gilgamesh could respond, the undead behind him, especially those without their own consciousness, attacked him from behind. But at that moment, the heavenly chains pierced through the chest of all the undead without exception. Insects remain insects, proclaimed Gilgamesh without looking back. You will be punished for eliminating the guardians of the gate. One of the undead who had not taken action whispered to Gilgamesh, immersed in his thoughts, warning him that even real dragons could not survive here. At that moment, 6 figures appeared at the entrance to the underworld, floating in the air. From the perspective of a normal human, these beings should be very powerful, especially when they are together. They seem to take a too rustic combat stance, preparing for an imminent battle as they fixed their gaze on Gilgamesh, who stood proudly in front of them. Gilgamesh had seen similar combat formations in his previous life. Of course, the things he could experience by fighting them were something extremely special. But after all, they were nothing special, so he told them, even if you can subdue the strongest in this world, you will never be a match for me. Gilgamesh's reaction left many conscious undead speechless. It seemed as if there was no one in this world that he would not mock. Have you really challenged the authority in the underworld? The 6 silhouettes stirred, and their eyes shone intensely as they prepared. No wonder these silhouettes wanted to kill Gilgamesh. After all, he had previously eliminated many undead. For insulting the dominion of this place, you must pay a great price. It's not too late to kneel and ask for forgiveness. Maybe then we can forgive your life, take you and punish you as it should be for years before letting you go. At that moment, all the beings on the verge of death and those totally part of it looked at Gilgamesh with a chilling resentment running through their bodies. The words of one of those beings were justified after knowing everything Gilgamesh had done. He was here just to cause trouble, so it was natural that he should be punished, and surely he should be buried in this place. Gilgamesh then smiled and said, "It's not difficult for me to leave this place. Just take me to the most powerful being here to eliminate him personally and seal this place to erase it altogether." At that moment, something seemed to change in the air. Many were living in anger because they had never expected an unknown man to dare to say that even with the protection of strong and invincible beings, Lord's guardians, why waste words on him? Just capture him. One of the undead pointed angrily. Let him understand that there is only death for provoking the prestige of our realm. At that moment, a living being with wings on its back rose above Gilgamesh and shouted, "You will be killed and serve as an example for anyone who wants to unveil the secrets of this place." His talk is full of stench. Gilgamesh pronounced a long roar with his growing blood energy. He moved his 2 hands downward with immeasurable power. Then Dot, one of the silhouettes holding a red orb, activated it and moved towards Gilgamesh. Boom! At this moment, with a single punch from Gilgamesh, the mountains around disintegrated and a powerful wind rose into the sky. However, This simple display of power did not seem to harm the silhouettes that had come out after killing the first-named guardians. Before Gilgamesh, the 6 silhouettes moved and appeared over the head of the first silhouette to face him. The aura they were releasing was very similar to a giant iron mountain falling to the earth with the intention of destroying everything. Gilgamesh smiled and descended to the ground, which was completely flat due to his first impact that completely eliminated all the undead in the surroundings. Under the ground, numerous gigantic ripples appeared, and from them, giant swords emerged pointing towards the sky. The entire air seemed to feel the power of the attacks, so when these two collided, he was sure that more than one continent would feel it. There were 7 silhouettes in total in the sky. All of them had released their aura, materializing a mountain descending towards where Gilgamesh was, stirring the air and generating a noise similar to that of a giant. This attack completely defied all understanding of the world, thus suppressing the aura that Gilgamesh had casually released. Trapped at the bottom of this attack, Gilgamesh strangely smiled. Even if you use giant swords, you won't be able to withstand our attack. At this point, the sound of an ancient voice resonated from the sky. His voice was extremely dominant. After his voice descended, a huge fist that covered the sky pointed towards Gilgamesh before the mountain. Ha ha ha! Gilgamesh's arrogant laughter resonated like thunder, and the swords that slowly emerged from the ripples were shot at a speed faster than light. The large swords could easily split a mountain, so eliminating his enemies was a breeze. Boom! 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 In just moments, he had been able to break the mountain. The huge pieces descended from the sky, and Gilgamesh then moved. If Gilgamesh's power could split a mountain, then any physical attack would be absolutely nothing to him. Compared to the strength of a mountain, he could unleash the force of a world. Crack! At that moment, space broke, and a huge mantle descended from his side, so this time Gilgamesh switched from attacking to defending. His left hand extended to his side to receive that imminent attack. At that moment, after receiving the blow, the sound of a crack was heard, and a huge crack formed in the ground. Boom! But at that instant, Gilgamesh, who had retreated with the help of the huge fist, smiled coldly and attacked again as if he had not been hurt. At this point, the space broke again, and a bony hand attacked Gilgamesh as if somehow it wanted to prevent him from entering the underworld. This time, Gilgamesh endured a greater force. His bones exerted half of his strength, which was something surprising. At that moment, Gilgamesh's expression was serious. Even with the complete, explosive effort of his power, it was still not enough to stop these fists, so immediately the heavenly chains were used. Ha ha! Gilgamesh seemed to mock while the chains wrapped around those arms, and Gilgamesh's eyes visualized the silhouettes on the other side. Giants. Undead giants. This is fun. I'll open your eyes. Come to me, EA. You naive being. All the dead have authority in this place. A cruel voice echoed in the sky, but this immediately changed when Gilgamesh wielded EA. Without much difficulty, he launched his attack, and a skeletal hand was completely disintegrated. But without stopping, the heavenly chains held the space to prevent it from closing and unleashed several shattered swords at that arrogant giant. They're just dead. Do you really think they have a chance against me? At that moment, Gilgamesh howled with mocking laughter. In an instant, a more imposing golden aura burst from Gilgamesh's body. For a moment, this bright and burning light illuminated the entire world. Under this light, it seemed as if everything was whitewashed into transparency. What happened? The sudden burst of light was like the beginning of the sunset, exploding from within the ancient cemetery. Many people couldn't help but be amazed at such a scene. I am a master of heaven and earth. Gilgamesh roared loudly. Not to mention the demonic continent. Even the outer world suddenly dimmed. It was as if the stars were falling, as if the supreme authority of life was interrupted by the release of Gilgamesh's full power and aura. In a fraction of a second, it seemed like all the lights of this world gathered in Gilgamesh's body. Boom! A deafening explosion finally destroyed the entire space. In a single attack, all the giants were pulverized, leaving Gilgamesh with an arrogant aura in the air. Although there was still some dust on his body, it all disappeared in an instant. At that moment, the temperature in his body was so intense that everything seemed to be melting. The aura in his body was as bright as the stars, making him easily discernible. Even more terrifying was a piece of blue sky with a deep and dark shadow. Numerous golden ripples appeared in the sky, covering the entire ancient cemetery. Gilgamesh seemed to want to destroy everything in this place without exception. This place is going to be destroyed. A faint silhouette with a girl in her arms sighed and disappeared from this place, quickly moving away from the demonic continent. All the undead that couldn't descend into the underworld couldn't help but be alarmed by the sudden, uncontrolled situation. "Medusa, the time has come," Gilgamesh murmured and then looked down, saying, "Come, open my eyes and show me how powerful you can be." At this point, everyone in the demonic chorus was aware of what was happening here, especially those who knew that something like this could happen at a certain time. In the distance, a figure digging for treasure couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, if I die, at least it will be in these inhuman conditions, and if I live, I'll be completely rich. The underworld will open, and there will be nothing but chaos. Things are going to intensify, so it's better to get out of this place as soon as possible." An old adventurer seemed to understand what was happening, so what he did was run away from the vicinity. "If you can pass, then you will be more than worthy to meet our great lord." One of the undead roared, and suddenly, all his energy rushed into his treasure. In this second, an endless aura of a ferocious beast rose from the object, which was a curved horn. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of harsh noises resonated. The horn emitted a loud sound, and in an instant, raw power resonated loudly in the sky. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar of a beast appeared. This beast roar not only affected those closest, but also those far away, making their legs weaken. A gigantic beast materialized in the sky, and the body of that beast was even larger than that of a giant. Its frightening aura came from an ancient age, imposing respect from others like a divine beast descending from a different dimension. All the weaker and insignificant beings felt a primitive fear. A beast larger than a dragon. Everyone lost their colors when this giant beast leaped. It's just a strange beast that has grown for hundreds of years. It's nothing different or much stronger than a magical beast. Calling it a divine beast is an insult to true divine beasts, said Gilgamesh while smiling at the weak movements of his opponents. "Come here, accept your death." A undead roared while controlling the horn, and a blinding light shone in the surroundings. "All right, then try this." Gilgamesh waved his sword, and all the attacks flooded the ancient cemetery. At the moment the attacks were unleashed, the red sky changed, and like each of the huge golden ripples that kept shooting golden swords descending from the sky, defeating all enemy resistance. Boom, boom, boom. Gilgamesh didn't have to move a single muscle to eliminate these enemies who claimed to be the guardians of the entrance to the underworld, which was something very common under the expectations of Green Oak City. Everyone take refuge inside the most resistant buildings. What is that golden light? What is happening in the ancient cemetery? Orsted looked with deep eyes at the cemetery. This had completely gone out of his plans, and he certainly didn't know what to do. After just waiting, things seemed to change overnight, leaving him with no possibility of doing anything. Even before he could react, everything changed from waiting to taking action. How could he leverage these changes for his own benefit, and how could he get ahead of the human god? He didn't know which way to go, but he had to find a quick way to do it, and everything seemed to have taken shape when he saw that power confronting a death aura. This place, called the Ancient Cemetery, was a place that shouldn't exist in the first place. But the only reason he didn't want to experiment with this place was that it didn't have an external influence interfering with his plans, but things went in a completely different direction than he expected right now. He intended to travel the whole world with Nanahoshi, but just then chaos started in the demon continent, so he knew that something could be found, and he was right to do so. an incomparable force that shouldn't exist in this world. Orsted thought as he looked at the dazzling golden lights in the distance, then lowered his gaze and saw how the whole city was about to be destroyed. Nanahoshi at his side looked at all this with a certain fear in her body. She had never before experienced such a result of a battle, even if she was accompanying the dragon god, who was challenged on many occasions by powerful beings. But right now, the skies seemed to be screaming. The thunder, clouds, and lightning were so immense that it was difficult for her to contemplate how disastrous it could be if all that impacted the earth. After a few seconds, she remained calm. She was on the side of the dragon god Orsted, so she shouldn't show weakness. Although they were away from any living being to avoid Orsted's curse, they could witness how the whole city was plunged into chaos. "Will you save them?" Nanahoshi asked with a bit of disinterest in her voice. After all, she couldn't do anything for those people. The result of this is an anomaly for the future, but after all, I must intervene and then go to that battlefield, said Orsted as he closed his eyes. But just at that moment, for silhouettes arrived in different areas of this city. Who are they? Orsted thought as he looked at a woman with blindfolded eyes and purple hair. In an instant, a powerful barrier covered the entire Green Oak City that was about to collapse, and calm came as if it were the result of a god's movement. Medusa, who seemed to be talking to no one without having anyone close, smiled discreetly when she saw who was said to be the dragon god, and disappeared to then appear in front of him. I never expected to see the dragon god in such a remote place like this. What is it that you're looking for in this dirty city, if I may ask? Medusa asked with a charming smile. Orsted remained momentarily silent. He looked deeply at the woman in front of him and asked, "Do you know the human god?" Medusa seemed to think and instead asked, "Why do you ask me such a strange question?" "Just out of simple curiosity. For being a creation from a spirit, you are too strong. Can I know who your master is?" Orsted asked again, not seeing any reaction from the other party. "My master is the King of Heroes. Of course, you don't know him, but I'm sure you will soon. In contrast to your question, all I can answer is that you will know soon. Unlike the poor souls who fear you for your curse, I am not human, and my master is not weak at all. Could it be that, don't you think?" Medusa smiled slightly and said. Orsted looked deeply at Medusa, and after a few seconds, a figure in armor covering his entire body appeared, then said, "We have killed everyone from the Millis continent. Their heads lie on pikes, as an example. If they remain so incompetent in the way they discriminate against my lord, there will be no choice but war. The Asura kingdom is ready to start the great conquest." Medusa seemed not to care that the dragon god was present and muttered these words. "Even from his situation, they are blaming him. What should we do if we just kill them?" Orsted asked. Medusa smiled slightly and said, "Our lord doesn't mind killing millions for the new world. If everyone falls for such lies, it is better for them to die with them than to live with regret." Just as everything was about to continue, the barrier that seemed to be there began to crack, and a dazzling aura burst in the distance. "It seems that we cannot continue with this conversation. See you." Medusa waved her hand, and a carriage appeared out of nowhere with magical horses with huge white wings and soared into the sky. Nanahoshi had never taken her eyes off Medusa and whispered, "It can't be her." Orsted turned to Nanahoshi and asked, "Do you have knowledge of who she is?" Nanahoshi thought about it for a moment and finally shook her head. "No, I must be mistaken. She shouldn't exist in this world." "Explain yourself." Orsted was not satisfied with that mysterious answer. Nanahoshi then said, "Well, she is—" "Quick, everyone take cover." Rudius was doing his best to protect himself and his group, but he was as helpless as the rest. The sudden turn of events hadn't been forewarned by the human god, so he assumed that nothing bad would happen beyond the initial chaos, which was rapidly escalating. Things were so dire that he could do little in this situation. He felt his helplessness and weakness more than ever at this moment. All he had thought about was getting out of here without delay, but everything happened so quickly that he couldn't relax. And to think we were talking about visiting the ancient cemetery. Rudius's disbelief was so profound that he lost confidence in his ability to ever defeat Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was obviously stronger than he remembered. Such a level of power was something no human, with their short lifespan, could achieve. There was nothing he could do to face Gilgamesh, and this outcome was more than enough to make him realize how little he could accomplish. Rudius could only gaze into the distance and lower his head in horror. Just when he wanted to know what was happening, a purple aura covered the entire city of Green Oak, and there was silence. Everyone remained silent, watching from afar as everything returned to normal. But if they were more observant, they would know that they were being covered by a massive shield. Eliminate all who oppose our Lord. In the tumultuous city, a group of masked knights took action against the paladins of the Church of Milis. They had earned a ticket to the grave after spreading false rumors about Gilgamesh, even inciting others to hate him. You are the demons of that man. Crack. Amidst the massacre, there were young elves moving agilely among the crowd, eliminating anyone in their way without a trace of emotion on their faces. How dare these people hate their savior? No one knew Gilgamesh better than them. He had shown love to all those enslaved by humans, demons, and groups involved in this business. Within the darkness of those who were saved, there were even some who were unharmed and could feel happiness again. However, within that group, there were those who were injured for various reasons, and these select groups formed the Assassination Order. They would purge all enemies of Gilgamesh without hesitation. Gilgamesh had shown them the love, commitment, and future they had forgotten. Not only had he abolished slavery in the Asura kingdom, but he also kept saving slaves who wanted to be saved worldwide without excluding anyone. Please, we were paid to protect these people. No, please, we haven't followed any of those words. An adventurer protecting those who echoed the words of the Milis religion pleaded for mercy. A filthy being like you dares to protect such scum. You must die alongside them and rot with the gold you've taken for this mission. A young elf beheaded this adventurer. Medusa appeared amidst the last ones being killed and nodded in satisfaction. What they wouldn't allow now was for their lord to be insulted in areas where he himself was present. You cursed atheists will burn in hell for following a devil with a human face, said a Milis church father who looked at Medusa with repulsion. Medusa smiled charmingly upon hearing this, then said in a cold tone, "The ostrich feather of the goddess Mot was the way an ancient civilization determined whether one's soul could enter the afterlife or not. According to their mythology, when someone died, they had to pass through the Hall of Judgment, where their heart was weighed on a scale alongside the feather of truth of the goddess of justice and order. If there was balance, the deceased could continue their journey to the other life. This deistic judgment greatly influenced the behavior of the inhabitants of that civilization. Mot, the daughter of Ra, the god of the sun, also represented the crucial concept of how the universe was maintained, the origin of order. She was responsible for nurturing the harmony of things and punishing those who had disrupted it, those who broke the rules. Mot, therefore, is considered the first moralizing deity in the history of where I come from. Medusa recalled some of the records and things she had experienced herself. She now closely followed Gilgamesh's words and continued. The same goes for Shamash, the Mesopotamian god of the sun, justice, and fairness, who appeared half a millennium after the birth of Mesopotamian civilizations. This relationship between the appearance of complex societies and the devout revelation of moralizing gods has been the subject of a scientific study, the results of which have been disseminated in the Asura kingdom, and the conclusion does not align with anything established until now. The figure of the supernatural, all-powerful deity who controls human behavior for good, whom we must listen to and worship. Interestingly, this assumption is a constant throughout the history of any civilization, starting with many that I can name tirelessly until death. The curious thing is that religion helps a lot in the development of humans or any other race. But there is a turning point where religion begins to control its followers to achieve certain goals desired by humans. That is exactly what is happening with the Milis religion, said Medusa while stepping on the chest of the man, who looked at her in horror. Curse, Medusa shook her head and said, "Only your blood will erase those. How long will I continue to attract so much attention?" Gilgamesh wondered as he observed the chaos unfolding in this small skirmish in such a short time. Gilgamesh waved his right hand, disappearing from his position, and reappeared at the entrance of the underworld, gazing deeply into the abyss he was about to descend into. To be honest, there weren't many things that could evoke strong emotions in him, but this was one of those situations, considering that even time inside and outside could be different. "I've only seen a little, but that's enough. Let's see how I can get out of here." Gilgamesh flew towards the portal deep within a rift where underworld boats descended with the undead. But just at that moment, as Gilgamesh passed through the portal, a desolate world opened before his eyes, and before he could adapt, a blow struck his body. Boom! Accompanied by a monstrous explosion, a massive embrace knocked Gilgamesh down, causing his body to crash against a huge peak. Examining the figure that had hit him, he saw a new undead that was much more powerful than those he had eliminated outside. Rulwar! A cry echoed through the underworld, and a giant mouth intended to swallow Gilgamesh, who dusted off his armor with a disgusted expression. How bothersome! At this point, Gilgamesh extended his hand, and a sword instantly appeared in his right hand. They keep opposing someone they can't interfere with. Gilgamesh deepened his voice, and with a single word, several ripples appeared on his back, each manifesting as a different sword. These swords were unique as they absorbed everything they touched. A gravity-end sword, an electric sword, a light sword, and one that cursed whoever it touched. With exuberant energy, the swords pierced with their different forces. One side radiated light, while the other darkness. In an instant, there were countless auras within the swords, forming a terrifying scene. Gilgamesh's swords shone in various colors and types, and with just two incredible swords, he had the power to destroy a continent. Boom! The first sword exploded with thunder, blocking the undead that were flying. Seeing such swords, the undead emitted a cold gleam as they perceived the battle aura, or what they perceived as an indomitable battle aura. Gilgamesh smiled coldly as he waved his hand, and the sword shot out. The more powerful the swords were, the larger the smile on his face became. Among all weapons, only the sword was the one he could use most skillfully, since they mostly composed his arsenal. Indeed, everyone can use a sword, even a child. Gilgamesh thought as he watched his charged swords. The place where he was located resembled an abyss. Everything was tinged in shades of gray and black. The ashes of agony floated in the surroundings, making it difficult to feel happiness in this place. How dare you invade this domain? The undead who found an exit roared as his body glowed. The surroundings felt the pressure, and an aura burst forth with strength. At this moment, Gilgamesh seemed to have found a worthy rival again, and looked at him with his two eyes shining in a blood-red tone. However, Gilgamesh's swords were faster than any attack directed towards him. Enemy. There were many undead, dragons, and other races whose origins he was unaware of. But how could these beings even pose a problem for someone like Gilgamesh? Boom! In the deepest darkness of the abyss, a being opened its eyes and murmured, "Not yet. I still can't find the key to enter other timelines." Gilgamesh visualized his main rival in this place and smiled defiantly. He loved destroying those who deserved to be his enemies, simply to show others a glimpse of his true power. Boom! As Gilgamesh advanced, several powerful auras appeared in the surroundings. Once again, formidable figures blocked his path as if they could do much. Rulwayer. A dragon's roar echoed. At this moment, a massive gray dragon crossed the sky. This dragon covered the heavens and was extremely massive. Each of its scales emitted a cold light. Oh, incredible! This was the first time Gilgamesh had seen such a large dragon. Many would be horrified to be in the presence of such a being, which is why he decided to come alone. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. A claw of the dragon, of incalculable size, descended towards Gilgamesh and held him firmly. How much can you endure? Gilgamesh let out a scream that shook the dimension, while chains from the sky emerged from his ripples, each holding one of the dragon's arms. However, the power of this dragon's claw was no less than the stomp of a giant. Under its press, thousands of tons struck Gilgamesh's body, and it was inevitable to move against the impact. Many undead, who had moved like an avalanche, rushed towards Gilgamesh, but all of them were eliminated with simple swords emerging from the ripples. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Gilgamesh then shouted furiously and murmured, "Live or die according to your will." The moment that word was uttered, a thunderous sound erupted. At that moment, something terrifying happened. Millions of swords descended from the sky, splitting the earth with their impacts. There was a golden aura covering the entire space, and the dimension shook. Boom! After a strong explosion, a flood of a golden aura burst within Gilgamesh's body. At the same time, the swords that had fallen to the ground rose and moved like meteorites through the skies. Boom! The EA sword in Gilgamesh's right hand resonated to such an extent that even space seemed to break. Initially, his sword had the power to destroy this place, but now it could suppress the entire galaxy, making everyone bow their heads and plead for mercy. Boom! Gilgamesh remained indifferent in the air, levitating as if he dominated everything around him, while his right arm tightly held his divine weapon EA. "Who the hell are you?" A cold voice echoed in the confined space, not only stirring the undead, but also the movements of Gilgamesh, who continued to advance slowly. "You are not worthy to know my name. As a being from another timeline, you have endured much hiding in this place." Gilgamesh fixed his gaze on what seemed to be a deep cave beside a freshwater lake. The surroundings, due to the intense battle that had unfolded, were in chaos, but Gilgamesh seemed unconcerned as he scorned his enemy, who dared not show his face. "You have not existed in my timeline, so you should be a reincarnate." A figure rose into the air at Gilgamesh's level. His aura had become non-existent for a very long time. His tattered skin seemed like it could break at any moment. Gilgamesh knew that this man did not belong to this timeline, just like the ancient dragon that had helped. Yet, for some reason, he had not died after violating the rules of his own existence. It must be said that they were not gods. Their power could barely be considered within the standards of the strong. "My name is Aligur. I haven't met you, but apparently, after looking at me with those special eyes, you know everything about me." Aligur looked at Gilgamesh calmly, as if he were not here to kill him and end the existence of this place. "After coming to this world, my only purpose is to rest. I don't want chaos, and definitely, the existence of this place is extremely chaotic. Can you understand my point in coming to this place?" Gilgamesh asked as he waved his sword, highly intrigued by this man, so he remained unusually calm. Aligur's eyes flashed with a cold light. Seeing Gilgamesh's attitude, he knew that this man had not used his full strength a moment ago. He was holding back, just like those people waiting just outside the portal. He was also surprised because only a true god could create a visual phenomenon that could even split space, so he cannot be too careless. "My goal since I was little is immortality. A certain being told me that you might have a way to achieve it, but I'm still doubtful. Do you have any way to achieve immortality?" Aligur asked with greedy eyes. Gilgamesh smiled. The mysteries of life seemed very boring for him to investigate. He had no desire to waste his life delving into things that eventually came to him, like this unknown yet visionary being. "Immortality is a gift. I understood that when I abandoned that insatiable pursuit that you are taking to a completely different level." Gilgamesh tilted his head and saw the undead approaching him. Boom, boom, boom. Waves after waves of explosions echoed as Gilgamesh opened several golden ripples that were as easy to release as breathing. There are certain people who are worthy and others who are not. Immortality is not something to be asked for, but earned through your own merits. Why do you come to me begging for something as vain as living forever? Gilgamesh asked with a disdainful look. Aligur smiled naturally and immediately said, "Do you really think everyone has the opportunity to live eternally? You should know a lot about life to say those words, but I don't even want to think that you will be so arrogant as to disdain my dreams. How to travel between dimensions? Gilgamesh asked as he stared at Aligur. Let's make a deal. You help me seek immortality, and I'll tell you how I came to this timeline. I'm not interested, said Gilgamesh as he held the head of an undead and crushed it forcefully. Hey, you'll only seek a slow death at my hands. Aligur shouted loudly. The buzzing sounds of the air were accompanied by crashes. A powerful battle aura was released. This was nothing Gilgamesh had not seen before. Roar! Skeletal claws emerged from the ground, trying to strike Gilgamesh. But with a simple swing of his Iye sword, he destroyed everything. He made it look so simple that it exerted pressure on Aligur. Well, let's first see if you have the chance to withstand my strength. At that moment, Agur's body, resembling that of a demon, transformed as his aura exploded furiously. Explosions resonated in the dimension, causing everything to break. Boom! Under Aligur's attacks, as strong as the weight of the mountain, Gilgamesh smiled and used only his right hand. The only thing visible amid the dust were Gilgamesh's golden swords, flying from side to side. Ha ha ha! Gilgamesh shouted as he fell to the ground, pushed by blows that were actually strong, but there was no injury or wound on his body, creating an unimaginable dignity under his strength. I still find it curious, but even if I have less life than some beings like you, I remain unparalleled under the same sky. No one can compare to my greatness. None while I live is destined to be greater than me, said Gilgamesh arrogantly. You have never known a limit. Aligur's expression turned cold. Immediately afterward, more cracks resonated in Aligur's body. Certainly, he could kill anyone in the world except for a few, but he was certainly one of the most powerful beings Gilgamesh had faced. Crack! Crack! At this point, the cracks were much more evident on Aligur's face. His life in this timeline was being punished, going to the limit of his strength and will. You're dying. Why don't we stop? Gilgamesh asked as he looked at Aligur, who returned to his normal appearance. I'm neither the first nor the last to come from a different timeline than my origin. If you plan to safeguard your future, you must consider that others who have lost their loved ones will try to reclaim them in a different timeline, said Aligur as his body shrank to that of a normal human. Aligur watched as his hand crumbled, murmuring, I have traveled among countless timelines created by such small movements in events that it's hard to notice, but they are definitely all different. You don't exist in any of them. Therefore, you are a unique existence that shines only in this timeline. If you lose something, you won't be able to recover it even if you defeat all your enemies and are crowned as a god in this world. No matter how many you kill, you'll know that what you lost will never return. Seize this second chance, live for thousands of years, and see how the world constantly changes. My only wish was to live much longer, dedicating my time to things so small that they seemed endless. Gilgamesh felt no pity for his enemy. Instead, several golden ripples appeared behind him, aiming long spears at Aligur. His intention was to kill him, faster rather than slower, as quickly as possible. In this life, one rarely has the chance to die with dignity, in silence, and tranquility. Painless deaths are a gift. Morris may be subject to other factors while asleep, but it's much better than doing so awake. The endless darkness of death is something Gilgamesh felt. He still vividly remembers how, at that moment, he felt the darkness. They were past experiences, but he felt it enveloping him naturally, as if it were a gift. You have to rest. If you're lucky, life will give you another chance, and you can live forever. Gilgamesh looked at Aligur with a different expression. At this moment, he no longer felt repulsion for Aligur, who did everything possible to live eternally and achieve supremacy through different methods. The only thing he felt was a certain pity because it reminded him of his past self, that insane desire to live forever. But now, thinking differently, he believes that immortality is not simply living longer than others, but being eternal with existence itself, which will eventually cease to function. A star that will shine in the darkness until the end of time, a being that will be one with the world, the galaxy, and life. Who could be sure whether immortality is a gift or a curse? Aligur, who seemed to be in a dream, asked with a deep voice, "Do you think I could have the same chance as you?" Gilgamesh remained silent for a few seconds, thought about it, and said, "I died with dignity in my past life. Nowadays, I have a good life, and I'm grateful for that. But I won't lie to say that I didn't want to live longer. I had an unparalleled ending, so I felt it was time to leave. Everyone lives life in their own way. That's called feeling life and staying focused on goals that you feel are worthwhile. That's why you should live for yourself. Do things you enjoy because we don't know if we'll have a new opportunity after death." After saying that, Gilgamesh waved his hand, and a dozen swords shot towards Aligur at a terrifying speed. Each sword pierced Aligur's body, leaving him in complete silence, contemplating how his life slipped away. If you truly want to do things differently, you could start by thinking about not living just for yourself, but also for someone special. It's true I mentioned living solely for yourself, but it's not bad sometimes to consider dedicating your life in the company of someone else. "That truly helps," said Gilgamesh as he extended his hand, and a golden aura enveloped Aligur's body. "Thank you," murmured Aligur as he closed his eyes very slowly. He felt no pain or guilt at his death. He simply believed he could have done better, like anyone else in a situation. Gilgamesh, who had granted a bit of his divinity to Aligur, simply smiled. This was all he could do for someone like him. If he's lucky, he'll adore reincarnating into a new life. "At least I hope you have better luck. Dying this way is not really pleasant." Gilgamesh finally saw Aligur's body disintegrate in the air, leaving nothing. His existence was a clear violation of this timeline. He couldn't live long if he reached a different timeline, but miraculously, he had achieved it with numerous dark methods. Magic is not subject to rules. One can invent new ways to use it, completely ignoring the laws of the world and its existence. This shows that one could even violate the rules of a god, going much further. Outside the portal, Eris and Roxy silently watched the place they were forbidden to enter. Both had decided not to accompany Gilgamesh, although in a way, they wanted to help him more and more. But they understood perfectly that there were occasions when they had to stay behind, watching their man fight, precisely because they were still very weak. If in the future they can live 500 more years, they were sure to achieve unmatched strength in the world. Just wait. After everything fell silent, undead occasionally appeared, but they were all slain by the chains from the sky. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh contemplated and observed the surroundings, seeing how tunic lines were engraved on the gigantic stones that were not very affected. These patterns were extremely rare, but he had seen them before in a certain place. Star reading. As a great king who had fought on countless battlefields, he had been in the deepest areas of knowledge since his birth. One could even say he was an authority in this aspect, but he couldn't connect these runes to anything he knew. This place had many things right, but at the same time different. Everything seemed to be correct, but in the end, there were many other things that he didn't know. At this moment, contemplating the bold conjecture of the existence of this place, a place he hadn't thought of being before, he could imagine some interesting things. The appearance of the underworld signaled the rise of rebirth. Countless people had heard this phrase in the world, and they had been familiar with it for a long time. This referred to the fact that the possibility of rebirth was possible with the arrival of the underworld boats. However, very few people knew that this was not the complete phrase. In fact, the complete version was, the underworld is open, timelines are connected, there is a possibility to jump from a broken timeline to another. This is general knowledge. However, not many people in contemporary times were aware of this complete version. No one knew how it started circulating. However, Gilgamesh knew that this phrase could be traced back thousands of years in time, after the human god was killed, and someone else took his place in a somewhat confusing way. Everyone wanted to understand the truth of this mysterious place. However, people could only understand the first half of the truth, and that was the appearance of the underworld signals the rise of rebirth. Both things had happened before. The underworld boats would appear every generation and give people a chance at rebirth. However, in the second half of the phrase, this indicated that there was a possibility that some powerful being could arrive with complex methods in the world without even the gods realizing these miraculous events. No one had ever seen the way to another timeline or encountered this thing called the fruit of immortality to be eternal, much less to absorb all knowledge. As for the effects of this place, that was because Aligur wanted to achieve eternity by absorbing the vitality of those who come to this place. What Gilgamesh thought was that perhaps the underworld boat not only prolonged one's life. Due to this bold speculation, Gilgamesh formulated a crazy plan to find all these crazy knowledge he had configured in his mind. He didn't know what the results would be, but in the end, he had managed to understand mostly some of the things he didn't know. He wanted to see if he could reach the human god through this alignment, find, and ultimately kill him with a full power attack. If it turned out to be so inefficient to kill him, he might as well seal him with the chains from the sky until he found a way to kill him. Just as Gilgamesh finished Aligur's life, many magical events in this place stopped working. The barriers that kept the undead inside broke, so many could now leave this place in search of victims. I guess it's time to destroy this place. Gilgamesh gently patted this stone tablet while murmuring. But before Gilgamesh wanted to eradicate everyone, he wandered endlessly in complete silence over the lonely space of the underworld. There was no sky above or ground below. There was only immense nothingness, and Gilgamesh moved above the world. The world always assumed that the underworld boats would eventually reach the deepest part of the underworld. However, this remained a mystery until now, so no one knew the end from where the supposed magical phenomenon flowed. As he moved for an unknown amount of time, while looking at everything with his calm eyes, he remained serene while observing every detail. Although the fate was unknown, Gilgamesh could still keep calm after enduring countless adversities in his past. Let's finish this. Gilgamesh, watching over his most trusted treasure, took and simply pointed it at the abyss. While red marks appeared on his body, he murmured, "Enuma Elish." Boom! In an instant, everything was consumed by Gilgamesh's attack, causing the complete destruction of this place. After executing such a tremendous attack, he took the time and disappeared from the place. Crack! The entire ground in the ancient cemetery collapsed, mountains split, and volcanoes erupted, causing chaos in the surroundings. Everyone unconsciously watched as the entire cemetery area sank, creating a huge pit with incalculable depth. We're done. We need to get out of this place. Gilgamesh appeared above the Vimana and flew towards his women. They said nothing, seeing Gilgamesh's calmness, so they left this place first. Origins and endings are as mysterious as life itself. Having the right to existence is just one more reason to seek the meaning of living. For many, living as much as possible is a blessing, but for others, that wonderful life for someone else is completely a curse. When one learns that life is giving meaning to it, they will have everything figured out, and there will be nothing that can stop them. This discovery is evidently destined to provoke lively controversy. For now, Orthodox minds are delighted and very predisposed by the confirmation it provides to the history of the great sages. Forget that someday you will die and seek life, murmured Gilgamesh as he walked away from the ruins of the cemetery, which was now completely destroyed and impossible for anyone to enter without dying first. Gilgamesh remembered when he asked Utanapishtim for the secrets of immortality, and his response was the same as he gave to Aligur a few minutes ago. Back then, he didn't understand it, but now he understands that being's stance on the question of immortality. Right now, Gilgamesh couldn't help but be lost in a daze as he thought about his entire history while flying through the air on his Vimana. As they traversed the ancient cemetery, nothing else was considered at this moment. Gilgamesh, is something wrong? Eris and Roxy wondered about the strangeness in Gilgamesh's behavior. Upon hearing that question, Gilgamesh then regained his composure. He released a smile and shook his head just to say, "It's nothing important, just remembered something that made me feel a bit strange." The two girls looked at each other. They felt that Gilgamesh's mind was preoccupied with heavy thoughts, and it didn't seem like he was concerned about the matter that had caused a commotion in the surroundings. At the moment, no one appeared in the surroundings. Even the dragon god made no move, which was somewhat surprising to mention. There were very few groups of adventurers who dared to approach, as they were probably too scared to set foot in this place. However, in the last few minutes, curious beings could be seen observing the surroundings. Many seemed to want to find some treasure, but it would be a surprise if they came out of this place alive. Everyone had to watch where they stepped carefully because the entire surroundings had been completely destroyed. In the end, many gave up upon seeing the entire ancient cemetery sunk into an enormous pit the size of a lake. No one had a backup plan when coming to this place. So many had given up trying to find any kind of reward because they knew the only thing they would find would be a premature death. Some demons who could explore this place due to their physical capabilities died in a collapse within minutes, and others were crushed underground due to the instability of the place. All remaining undead were crushed. Some died because they couldn't withstand the weight of the rocks crushing their old bodies, dying without anyone touching them. There were many powerful beings in the underworld that were eliminated by Gilgamesh, but many possibly remained trapped in that collapsed dimension, and others that escaped would eventually die because they had no power source. At the moment, everyone who ever wanted to set foot in the ancient cemetery fell into complete silence upon seeing how it had been completely destroyed. Although legend said that the dead were conscious and that the living could extend their lives, that was a great falsehood. In the Vimana, the atmosphere was very tense as everyone waited quietly to reach the Green Oak City, intentionally going much slower because Gilgamesh needed to clear his mind. "First, let's rest for a few days. I'll tell everyone what happened in that place once we return," said Gilgamesh as he closed his eyes with slight boredom. In the following days, there wasn't much activity that attracted attention, especially the group of Gilgamesh, who stayed at home for a long time. During this time, Gilgamesh's people had taken complete control of the city under their command, and a foothold was established in this city. As for the news of what had happened in this place, of course, it did not wait. The ancient cemetery was completely destroyed. That news immediately caused a commotion because it was known that many avoided entering the ancient cemetery. So knowing that this site was destroyed is somewhat shocking. Many died, both the living and the dead. At the same time, the stone coffins disappeared with the collapse of the cemetery. It was as if the world had opened up. Everyone couldn't even move due to fear, and it is estimated that at least 10,000 living beings died. As the news spread, Gilgamesh heard the news that the dragon god left the city with a woman on an unknown path. Upon learning this, he simply asked for the direction in which they were heading so that in a few days he could meet them. "Will you let me fight that dragon?" Eris shouted, extremely excited. Her developed body not only affected her appearance, but also her mentality. For a while now, Gilgamesh hasn't considered her age, but still, he would be a bit reserved since it wasn't a necessity to share emotions that could be saved for later. Roxy, who was learning about space magic, frowned and muttered, "I'm sure we would lose. He is one of the gods with the strength of a true god." That's what the legends say, of course. I can't say much more. Gilgamesh would crush him if they fought. Our boss is powerful and invincible. Delia couldn't help but announce with absolute excitement while eating a huge leg of meat from an unknown bird. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, was contemplating his tranquility. It was very good for his mind to get away from the fights for a bit, as he had been doing since he arrived in this world. But inevitably, he couldn't be completely away from problems because they would come one way or another, especially when there's a false god he needs to take care of. Demonic Continent, Green Oak City. Uruk Tower. Is this the report on the city's status? Gilgamesh asked as he looked at a report generated by a machine, new technologies that had been implemented for people who didn't use magic. While Gilgamesh looked at this, a magical pen flew back and forth through the movement of his hands' fingers. He was currently sitting in a spacious marble office, with minimalistic yet royally striking decor. The wealth could be felt upon entering this room, But what made it an extremely special and pleasant place was not something out of this world. As he received this report, Gilgamesh gained a deeper understanding of the city and nodded. In normal situations, this is a very bad city to live in, as there were constant attacks from magical beasts trying to enter the deteriorated city, causing many deaths in each creature attack. The people living here were retired demonic adventurers. Some died in battle, while others simply wished to be in places that were easy to live in economically. Here, things were very cheap, and if you were an adventurer, food was assured because they were registered in this way every time they defended the city when it was attacked. Medusa nodded, waved her hand, and a holographic image made with magic appeared on Gilgamesh's desk, completely showing him the city in its entirety without any errors. As you can see, this city has the shape of a six-petal clover leaf. The imposing Great Wall is actually worn out. The guards barely have time to warn the city that they're being attacked, and most of the time, it is invaded by the enemy. Gilgamesh noticed the shape of the city, and now that he sees it, it's quite large. If the walls are improved, this city could have a very important appearance, not to mention that this city could become one that rules this continent. At this moment, Gilgamesh was not interested in taking over the entire world, but having control over who rules in different places. So he planned to give this city to Kustenfeel since, in a way, he is a demon. Kustenfeel, who was present, frowned. The qualities of this city could be beautiful, but in a way, it would be hell to live here, and worse yet, to govern this city that was screaming to be destroyed. There was, as far as he understood, a reason why there weren't so many cities in the demonic continent. One of them is that the larger cities were attacked by magical beasts, and they completely ignored hidden villages. For this reason, Roxy's family lived in the village. It was safe for them to live there, and it could be said that for others, it could be a paradise, as long as we're talking about demons. First, let's improve the walls, use magic and do it immediately. Gilgamesh thought that in this case, defense would be better than development. So he added some combat puppets, magical barriers, and magical cannons to defend the city. I want this place to be rich, safe, and easy to live in for all those villages seeking refuge. Kustenfeel marveled at this and added, "My lord, I won't tolerate violence, and I will make sure to meet your specifications in managing this city. But here in confidence, don't you think I am incapable of managing such a large city?" Gilgamesh stared at him and said, "You won't escape from your duties. Following me and being asleep all day does nothing for me. I don't want to have you at the entrance of my house doing nothing, patiently waiting for the cure to your problem to come out of nowhere." Kustenfeel appreciated the embarrassment and said, "Not at all. I am Miss Eris's commander's puppet, so I didn't sleep all the time. However, if my great skills are required in this place, then I will definitely rule this city on your behalf. Then that's settled. I will definitely train you well." Medusa smiled chillingly, causing Kustenfeel to have back pain. "Well, now as for the rest, we'll leave it as it is. The city's development should be slow, and all demons who decide to live here should have the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the environment," Gilgamesh said as he stood up and walked toward the exit. Medusa followed him in silence, and when the right time came, she asked, "What will be your stance with the kingdoms that are hostile to us?" "They are preparing. They have known in advance that our level in armament has taken several leaps, so they will not attack soon." Gilgamesh thought about this and simply replied, "We will respond when they make a decision. Our stance will be defensive, and at all times, we will not show signs of hostility. If we're the ones to attack first, it won't help much when we try to take control of the central continent." In this aspect, Gilgamesh didn't want to be aggressive. He simply wanted to maintain control as his enemies showed their teeth. If he decides to be the aggressor, when he takes control of the territory he wants to take, it will be a disaster to control his people. Gilgamesh didn't want to be losing at all. Hence, he planned this simple strategy to avoid shedding more blood than usual. Looking at the development of this place now, there was little more he could do. In the city of Green Oak, everything was changing at a rapid pace that could be clearly felt. There was a beautiful silver tower that shimmered with magical lights, resembling water droplets bubbling in the air. creating a refreshing sensation for anyone nearby. This tower stood in the center of the city square, providing a radiant contrast amidst the destruction that had engulfed the city after the battle Gilgamesh had fought, where he ultimately decided to destroy that place. His decision was based on the potential problems it could cause if enemies from other timelines were to enter his timeline for some control-related reason. The human god could have countless ways of having his apostles, giving him a long list of powerful beings that could be controlled with empty promises. If, somehow, he left that channel open, the chances of beings from other timelines coming here to disturb his mental peace were high. There would be nothing more displeasing to him than someone wasting his time. Battles lately had been draining Gilgamesh's mental peace, which is why he decided to stay in this city for a few months. If he kept fighting recklessly, his true desire in this life might slip away even further. "It's not pleasant to see dead people," murmured Gilgamesh as he lounged on a recliner in the courtyard of the Shining Tower. Beside him was Roxy, holding a thick book with her delicate hands, concealing a truly terrifying strength. She looked up and saw Gilgamesh, then returned her gaze to the book and said, "Who in the world would like to see corpses? It's just that you're the one who ends up killing everyone when they get in your way. Normally, I just left them lying on a road. People are like beasts. If you look at it that way, you won't feel anything," Eris said while practicing with a wooden sword. "I think that's much worse." Roxy forced a smile as she tried to stay calm, to quickly forget that disturbing bit of information. Gilgamesh simply thought that each person assimilates things that are hard to see in different ways. That was totally normal and acceptable, considering Eris was no more than 15 years old. At that moment, he thought that it should be normal in these times to see somewhat harsh situations, considering it was common to fight with swords and cast magical spells with staffs. "Have you tried the new food they've implemented in the Asura Kingdom's restaurants?" Gilgamesh asked, recalling the dinner from the day before, while playing with a large ruby. "How can we eat something they can't make properly in this place?" Roxy moved Gilgamesh's hand away, which was discreetly advancing up her leg, something she wanted stopped because Gilgamesh's antics always ended up in something else. While Roxy observed Gilgamesh's tranquility, she felt an indescribable happiness and considered that this was the best time, as when they fought against enemies on the road, things usually ended up becoming quite bad. The outside world was in chaos with the destruction of the ancient cemetery. Countless people were talking about what had happened in the demonic continent while they were here, enjoying the day without doing much. Everyone needed some rest, reducing exhausting routines while considering other things around them. This was the only way to disconnect a bit from the world and learn to live more healthfully in terms of emotional stability. Roxy and Eris had noticed that lately they were much more aggressive with their movements. They were ruthless with their attacks and didn't mind eliminating a few enemies that stood in their way to get out of trouble as soon as possible. Living like that sometimes was a bit heavy. Eventually, they needed a break, and these last few days were perfect for recovering from all the problems around them. Thinking about this, Roxy felt very happy. When she finished reading, she looked at Gilgamesh and asked, "What should we do today?" "Nothing special. We should take a walk and see how the city is right now. I heard they brought several tribes to this place, and many were very grateful for that," Gilgamesh replied as he stood up. This time, Gilgamesh wanted to become more familiar with the demonic race, as he wanted to somehow connect with that race. He couldn't do it with Roxy because she had a human body, so there was little he could do about that. After doing a few more things, Gilgamesh and the others decided to walk discreetly through the city and see how it is currently. Rudius had his encounter with a certain dragon god. His fate was terribly bad, and if it weren't for Roxy's intervention, who seemed to have noticed the danger after meeting with her student, he might have died. At that moment, Gilgamesh appeared in front of the dragon god that many spoke of, and when he realized he was facing a powerful being, neither of them made a move. "Roxy, take everyone a few kilometers away from here." Gilgamesh looked at the girl with the mask, who seemed paralyzed upon seeing him, and smiled. "It seems you know me. I can't deny it. It's a surprise that you come from the same world as Kunstfeel." Orsted looked at Gilgamesh and remained silent. He didn't know who the person in front of him was, but from his words, it seemed that the girl Nanahoshi had some knowledge of the man before her. He had perceived the protection this man had naturally presented to all the weak, giving validity to his actions and proving now that he was not a demon, as many rumors suggested. Well, forget it. You can go with them and let us talk calmly. Gilgamesh smiled at Nanahoshi and pointed to the Vimana where the unconscious Rudius was being helped aboard along with Rigard. Only the two of them were traveling in a group. So due to the initial confusion, Gilgamesh spoke first. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh and come from the Asura kingdom. Due to your confusion, you don't seem as you are, so let me introduce myself first. What has happened and what will happen, everything is strategic preparation. Due to Nanahoshi and you, things have become distorted. Orsted murmured as he looked at Gilgamesh and asked, "Who are you?" Waving his hands, Gilgamesh said, "I'm nobody special. Nobody is anything in this world, so it would be very presumptuous of me to present myself as someone important when I only seek my mental peace. You speak in a peculiar way. I wonder where you come from. Of course, you're not from this world or timeline, since I have no knowledge of your existence. Still, even if you present yourself as common, you've made that girl much stronger than before." Orsted had no intention of starting a direct fight with Gilgamesh, as he wanted to talk first. Gilgamesh knew that Orsted was the most powerful being he could encounter in this world. But somehow, he thought there was no need to fight this time, and he felt like he was looking at someone who deserved a certain level of respect. He didn't know Orsted's story, but from his aura and the reactions of the other people, it seemed that he had many bindings in his body. I have no intention of fighting, much less for what you did. I wouldn't have cared if you had killed that child, and because he is alive, I will worry less about that. Gilgamesh looked at Orsted with a smile. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Orsted asked with a furrowed brow. I would absolutely win, even without lifting a finger, Gilgamesh said, confident in his words. Do you know Hidegami? Are you referring to that false god? Yes, when I woke up with all my memories in this world and was still recovering my power, he asked me to kill you. I don't like it when an idiot gives me orders, especially a god like the one who appeared in my dream. I've been looking for him throughout the central continent, the demon continent, and now I'm heading home. Orsted frowned. His aura increased, and he was about to attack Gilgamesh when he said, Although I'm sure I know where he is, compared to my mission to kill him, you seem to hate him more. So, I wonder, will you be an obstacle to me? The one who will eliminate Hidegami will be me. I won't allow anyone else to intervene when I have been waiting for thousands of years to achieve it. In that case, how do you know where the human god is? Orsted asked, furrowing his brow even more. I just told you, I hate it when people order me, especially when they seem to have the intention of eliminating me. It's curious. I don't want to fight you, but I want to know how strong you are. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and a silver sword appeared in his right hand. Orsted didn't judge Gilgamesh's strength. He immediately took a sword and in an instant clashed against Gilgamesh. Boom! The mountain on which they stood collapsed from the first sword clash, and in a single second, hundreds more impacts were heard in a chain. The muffled sounds of the blows were thunderous, causing the earth to shake, and the sky turned red. Gilgamesh knew that to resolve any misunderstanding, there was nothing better than fights. Besides, he wanted to know how strong Orsted was and if it was worth getting involved with him. Gilgamesh smiled faintly. None of the vast destruction around him mattered when his weapon exploded with power against the renowned dragon god Orsted. Boom! It seems I've underestimated you. I wouldn't have imagined you had this level of power. Orsted understood. It wasn't surprising that Gilgamesh was so confident in clashing swords with him, and he was grateful he hadn't underestimated him from the start. Everyone watched in consternation as the battle unfolded. Although Roxy and the rest of Gilgamesh's group were familiar with colossal battles, it was still overwhelming to witness this one. They decided to distance themselves much further than initially planned. This is just the beginning. Gilgamesh soon unleashed even more power, gradually revealing red marks on his body, slow but visibly. Search. The most terrifying thing for ordinary people is absolute power beyond their comprehension. When ordinary people face true power, it means they have fallen to a depth they don't understand, and their enemy is angry enough to consider them a rival. With a single thought, the strong can destroy a mountain, and with a wave of their hand, the tides of battle can end. But when two powerful beings clash, something different arises, the thrill of finding out who is more powerful. I thought you were stronger. Gilgamesh emitted a golden glow as his spear forcefully struck the trembling ground. Stepping back, dozens of golden ripples appeared behind him, swords pointing forward. This caught Orsted by surprise. Nevertheless, being a dragon god, he immediately cast powerful spells to counter Gilgamesh's attacks. Even if you come from another world, it would be impossible for you to be above the laws of this world. In an instant, the 4 fireballs became even stronger, covering hundreds of kilometers on this continent with a terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. The countless attacks and their ominous sound took Gilgamesh by surprise. Immediately, 2 swords appeared in his hands, and with a spin, a whirlwind surrounded him. Gilgamesh's strength, now heightened from before, was unparalleled. At this point, he was simply playing. Come, chains of the sky. In an instant, Gilgamesh's most special weapon, with which he would take the dragon by magical surprise. These chains were indestructible, and what was even more terrifying was their endless nature. With just a little carelessness, one would be caught by them. Orsted tried to move his hand to break the chains, but they immediately bound him. From 4 directions, the chains tightly wrapped around him, and at that moment, Orsted's body began to emit creaking sounds. At that moment, he knew he was in trouble. When calm returned to the battlefield, everyone could see how the sky chains danced over the gloomy clouds, elegantly capturing Orsted. Even geniuses would have to admit that the dragon god was in trouble. Within the grip of these chains, escape was impossible unless you lacked magic in your body. It seems the battle ended before it began. So if you want to defeat the human god with such little strength, you should reconsider your chances. Gilgamesh walked towards the writhing Orsted entangled in the chains. How much do you know? Enough to know that the human god I will kill to retire to a quiet life is hidden in a dimension separate from ours. Maybe he himself doesn't know exactly. Do you know that if you kill him, this world will be destroyed? Orsted asked calmly, looking at Gilgamesh, who hadn't made any other move. Have you considered taking his place by killing him? Gilgamesh asked with a calm look and said, Although I am strong, I am just a simple human. Orsted, who had always considered sealing Haidagami to death, opened his eyes, looked at Gilgamesh, and asked, How did you think of that? The human god you want to kill is another being, an identity born from some kind of power intention. So, considering that he killed the original human god and absorbed his authority, I must assume that we can do it as long as someone else takes on his role as god. Gilgamesh said as he waved his hand, and the chains that surrounded Orsted retreated. I shouldn't wait then, murmured Orsted as he sat on the ground. Gilgamesh looked at the dragon god and pulled out a golden jug along with 2 cups. He poured wine into each cup and said, Being fair, you deserve to kill Haidagami, but before that, I have to beat him until I'm satisfied. That's fair. How long have you been here? I don't know. Gilgamesh drank the wine and said, I fully recover my memories and strength when I died in my previous world, but until recently, I discovered that my past self had actually been living in this world with some of my memories. That's more complex than expected. Orsted murmured as he looked at Gilgamesh, who was smiling. You seem like a good man, so he didn't ask how he died. Where does your power come from? When I was born, I was the creation of gods for my world. They created me with the sole purpose of preaching their existence and ensuring humans never forget them. But at some point, I betrayed them, fought against their fury, and in the end, together with humans, we defeated them. Not directly, but we crushed their desires and rejected their guidance. Gilgamesh then recalled how he died. His eyes revealed more than humanity, but also pride, because very few could match something like that in life. I found a way to directly deal with Haidagami, and that is through the tree that the Moon Elves have been guarding. Through that tree, we can travel between dimensions and eventually find where Hidegami is hiding. Where is that tree? Orsted asked, slightly interested if not eager to go to that place immediately. Come with me to my country. The human god has gotten into the heads of many humans to kill me or corrupt my will to pursue him. I suppose before our meeting. But because of his existence, my goal is not to kill you, but to kill him. From the first moment my eyes met Gilgamesh's, the reality of my own limitations became apparent. He, an extraordinary being, wielder of a skill that surpassed all human logic. I, on the other hand, was a mere mortal, vulnerable and aware of my insignificance compared to the magnificence embodied by that individual. The notion of challenging Gilgamesh, of confronting him with the intention of taking his life, rooted itself in my mind like a seed of fear, a seed that quickly germinated, weaving its roots into the deepest corners of my being. It was a visceral fear, an apprehension I couldn't ignore. It wasn't just about the difference in skills or power, but the innate understanding that I was dealing with the personification of the exceptional. The impossibility of overcoming Gilgamesh loomed over me like an ominous shadow. My human nature, with all its limitations, became evident in every thought I dedicated to facing him. How could an ordinary being aspire to defeat the most extraordinary being existence had ever known? As I reflected on the folly of my own aspirations, fear grew. It wasn't just fear of defeat, but the certainty that my attempt was an act of madness. Gilgamesh had not inflicted any harm on me. There was no reason for our fates to intertwine in this way. Yet the idea of challenging him, of measuring myself against him, became increasingly paralyzing. Thus, at the crossroads between my desire to face an extraordinary being and the harsh reality of my own humanity, I found myself trapped in a spiral of fear and doubt. Gilgamesh's shadow hung over me, reminding me of my fragile position in a world where greatness was personified in one who, without even trying, was already superior to everything known. It's impossible. Rudius muttered these words before waking up. He looked around and, realizing he was okay, sighed. What had happened? The last thing he remembered was a man piercing through his chest. Perhaps he knew more about Hidegami than he thought, and the idea of believing he had made a wrong choice by following his advice, even though they were the best choices he could make. Are you awake? At that moment, a female voice made Rudius sit up abruptly in bed and turn his head to the side. There he saw his dear teacher, who had believed much more than he would have imagined. Teacher Roxy. Roxy sat on the side of Rudius and said, "It was lucky that I found you in that place. What were you thinking, telling someone else about who visits you in your dreams?" Rudius didn't know how to respond. He was happy that someone else knew about the being that visits him in his dreams, but he never expected it to be an enemy. Hidegami is an evil god. Now he can't see what you do because you're in the Asura realm, so everything that happens within these lands is beyond that god's reach. Now tell me, what did he ask of you? Roxy asked, looking at Rudius with a serious expression. He asked me to. Rudius stopped at the next moment. As far as he knew, Roxy was now with Gilgamesh, so mentioning anything inappropriate could cause misunderstandings. He asked you to kill him, right? Is it that obvious? Roxy shook her head and said, "It's not a surprise. I suppose he brainwashed you like many fools around the world, so appeasing Gilgamesh to let this pass. However, Rudius, remember that you have much more to lose than just your life." "Yes, teacher Roxy." Roxy stood up, and before leaving the room, she said, "Soon, Hidegami will die. You should visit your father, who is on his way." After saying that, Roxy left the room, leaving Rudius with many more thoughts to work on than he initially believed. Months after arriving in the city, Gilgamesh continued to keep himself hidden from the people, and this continued for the next 3 months upon his return to the Asura kingdom. During this time, he ordered his generals to prepare the armies for an immediate defensive countermeasure, where they would eventually take the kingdoms that had raised their swords against his country. As time passed, Gilgamesh finished crafting 5 elixirs of immortality, each one for his wives and one exclusively for himself. This new capital had been created with the purpose of being invincible, an extremely secure place where Gilgamesh could rest without worrying about anything in the world. Magical cannons from his Babylonian vault were placed around the walls that covered the city, ensuring every part of it was protected. In this way, it slowly became known as the City of Gold, a place where the divine lion himself rested and the king who would soon ascend to the throne would live. Looking at the landscape in the distance from a floating castle beyond the reach of the human eye, Gilgamesh, with a beautiful woman with pointed ears at his back, smiled upon seeing his visitor. "How many years has it been since we last saw each other in person?" Gilgamesh casually asked with a calm tone. Elaine, who had come to this city, smiled serenely and said, "A few years. Is that something to be surprised about? For elves, that time is as small as a few months for humans. But even if it's a short time, I'm happy to see you up close. Now that I'm back, I plan to get married before going after that human god. Because you're the first woman to help me and who has made many of my goals possible. I want you to be one of my first wives, as I proposed to you years ago." "What is your answer to this?" Gilgamesh asked, staring at Elaine. She was surprised by his sudden question, but having lived for many years, she smiled for a brief moment and said, "Will your wives agree to me being one more of your women?" Gilgamesh shook his head and said, "The life I will live is long, so it doesn't matter. They know of your existence, so there won't be any problem with this. I just need your answer." "Then, what woman wouldn't want to be married to a god?" Elaine asked briefly, making her answer clear. "The wedding will be in a few months before I am crowned king of this realm. Once that happens, I will take a 2-year vacation and then personally go after that human god," Gilgamesh said as he sighed in a measured tone. "I will wait as long as necessary," Elaine said as she disappeared from where she was, as there wasn't much more to talk about. The news that Prince Gilgamesh was marrying 3 beautiful wives shook the entire Asura kingdom. Many didn't understand how it would happen so quickly, but many knew it was because he would need descendants when he ascended to the throne. It's not surprising that princes before ascending to the throne have children, as their death could be related to any kind of tragedy with those enemies who didn't want to see them in power. But Gilgamesh didn't care about this. His main goal in getting married is because he doesn't know how long it will take to find his human god, and by then, he wants to be married. During the preparations, Gilgamesh was not inferior to his greatness. On the day of his wedding, hundreds of thousands of gold coins rained down on the nearest towns and cities, while the distant ones were blessed with fertility, health, and riches they could never have dreamed of before. In the brief hours before the marriage, Gilgamesh had ordered all these preparations to be made since everyone had to recognize this day as the one on which he got married. During the preparation, Gilgamesh was simple with his wedding, and the one in charge of witnessing his marriage was not a simple person, but the dragon god whom everyone had feared. Gilgamesh himself had taken care of breaking many of his curses, giving him, so to speak, a new feeling for anyone who saw him and didn't fear him. Now, he had an ability instead of a curse, so everything turned into something simpler. "Let's start this ceremony." As Orsted's words echoed through the enormous ceremony hall, 3 beautiful women walked to the platform where Gilgamesh stood in golden clothes. Each woman radiated a different aura, making them stand out in different ways and giving those present the feeling of being in the presence of goddesses. Gilgamesh, looking at this scene, smiled. He never thought he would ever get married, but now, being in this situation, he knew that a part of his wishes had come true. In a majestic hall elegantly decorated, Orsted, with a resonant voice, welcomes those present. Today, we celebrate a unique union, devoid of religious bindings. Eris Greyrat, are you willing to join your life with Gilgamesh for the rest of eternity? Eris, standing on the shining platform, looked at a tray of elixirs of immortality and took one. She opened the lid and, before drinking it, said, "I, Eris Greyrat, am willing to be Gilgamesh's woman. I will love him for the rest of eternity and serve as a faithful wife." Upon drinking the elixir of immortality, Eris felt nothing, but by some strange sensation, she believed that her perception of life had changed on various levels as a glow lit up in her eyes. Orsted, who knew exactly what the elixir was, nodded, looked at Gilgamesh, and said, "Are you willing, Gilgamesh Asura, to be her husband? Your mission will not only be to love her, but to give her a place, respect her, and be faithful to her for the rest of eternity." "I, Gilgamesh, am willing." Gilgamesh nodded as he kissed Eris on the forehead, standing on the platform. Since he was marrying 3 women today, he didn't think it appropriate to kiss them directly, which is why he was more careful. "Roxy Magurdia, are you willing to join your life with Gilgamesh for the rest of eternity?" "I, Roxy Magurdia, accept." "Elaine, are you willing to join your life with Gilgamesh for the rest of eternity?" "I, Elaine, accept." After everyone drank the elixir of immortality, they relinquished their human lives. Gilgamesh, for the first time, had ceased to be a human and instead had become a deity that would be unreachable for many humans. "I, as the dragon god, bear witness to this marriage. I wish you the greatest of happiness." At the end of this simple ceremony, everyone realized it was over by the fireworks and magical events in the sky. The surprise wasn't much. Everyone understood perfectly who was getting married and was extremely happy with Gilgamesh because he was the one who had abolished slavery and improved the security of the entire kingdom. Those noble families that were above the skies were now there to help them. At that moment, everyone realized that nobles were not only for status or benefit, but their stay in power is to protect the lands and watch over the people in their domains. For many, now the nobles were their guardians, the true lords of the lands entrusted to their care. Abuse of power was now highly condemned, and it was not uncommon to see public executions when severe cases of abuse of power occurred. Rape was punished by castrating the criminal, and later, they were stoned to death. Every law had evolved, and anyone who stood out above the others would eventually be propelled into academies where they would harness their potential. After Gilgamesh took full charge of this kingdom, even before ascending to power, everyone knew that things were improving because of his care and the people he had around him. Have you heard that everyone is aware that Gilgamesh will soon be crowned king? Isn't he still too young for that? Do you think that matters when he has completely changed the kingdom? The news that Gilgamesh was about to ascend to the throne spread across all continents, and anyone who had evil plans on the day of his coronation mysteriously met their demise. Standing in front of a huge mirror, Gilgamesh murmured, "In the merry realm of rain, where laughter dances in the wind, laughter blooms like golden petals, weaving joy in its eternal tale. The jesters laugh with playful jokes, as the rain fills with merry colors, merry tales among laughter and tone, in this realm where loves reign. In every corner, laughter is an anthem, like waterfalls of joy, flowing freely. The rain is a garden of laughter, where hearts find their reasons. Thus in the rain, laughter is royalty, joyfully crowning each day. An eternal poem of laughter unfolds, in this realm where the king is joy." My beloved subjects, Gilgamesh stood before more than 500,000 people who praised him as their monarch. Slaves, humans, dwarves, and elves from other countries witnessed Gilgamesh as a true ruler. They were freed from the gates of hell, and now, as they celebrated the coronation of the one who changed their lives, this was the least they could do for him. Today, before you, I assume the crown with humility and responsibility. This is not just the beginning of my reign, but also the start of a new era for our kingdom. I address you not only as your monarch, but as someone who values freedom, peace, and truth. For a long time, our lives have been tied to the word of a divine being, a God who supposedly demands wars and sacrifices in his name. But today, I urge you to reflect on our beliefs and question the logic behind blindly following a being that asks us to fight against each other. I do not believe in the idea of a God that sees a human as a demon. We are complex beings with virtues and flaws, but demonizing our fellow beings only divides us. It's time to leave behind narratives that pit us against each other and embrace the life we share, even if some are longer than others. We are not puppets created by God to fulfill his whims. We are autonomous beings with the ability to think and decide our own destiny. Let us not allow ourselves to be controlled as if we were mere pawns on a divine chessboard. We own our choices and are responsible for forging our own future. A god, in my vision, is not a dictator who imposes his will upon us. Instead, he is a benevolent guardian who observes and guides without imposing his vision on humanity. True divinity lies in mutual respect, compassion, and the collective pursuit of harmony. Rather than placing all our faith in the words of a distant being, I urge each of you to believe in your own word. We are capable of discerning between right and wrong, of building a kingdom based on justice and equality. True faith does not reside in blind obedience, but in acting with integrity and compassion. In this new reign, we commit to working together to build a kingdom where peace prevails over discord, where wisdom triumphs over ignorance, and where unity prevails over division. We do not need to seek the approval of a distant God. We will find guidance in our hearts and mutual collaboration. May this be the beginning of an era where humanity rises above old discord, where we realize that true greatness lies in our ability to love and understand. As your king, I pledge to lead with wisdom and empathy, always seeking the well-being of all. In the pursuit of truth, peace, and freedom, let us raise our voices together, building a kingdom where dignity and understanding form the foundation of our existence. May each of us become an architect of a brighter tomorrow, where our actions reflect the greatness of humanity. May this speech mark the beginning of a new era, an era where we believe in ourselves, in our ability to create a kingdom where true divinity is love and harmony among us. Together, we will forge a destiny worthy of celebration for generations to come. Long live the kingdom of freedom, truth, and peace. Eris, Roxy, and Elaine saw in Gilgamesh a true king to whom no one had ever been compared before. The years of experience in Gilgamesh's reign gave him an aura that surpassed any king despite his short reign. That was the difference between him and other reigns. 3 years later, are you sure you don't want us to accompany you? Gilgamesh, standing in his golden armor, looked at his wives and said, I'll be back in no time, I promise. To eliminate the last nuisance from this world, Gilgamesh needed to remove the human god from the map and finally relax in his own world of tranquility. Not only had he been a nuisance to him, but also a danger to the kingdom. So after careful consideration, he chose to seek him out alongside Orsted and eliminate him. Then we'll wait for you. We'll make the arrangements to fulfill your purposes during the time you're away. I trust my wives for that. 3 years had passed since Gilgamesh had married his 3 wives, and during that time, he remained inactive, suspecting another assassination attempt by the human god, though it never occurred. But after some time of contemplation, he didn't want to stay idle any longer. After bidding farewell to each of his wives, he assigned them a crucial mission. If any kingdom attacked the Asura kingdom, conquer it as they saw fit. Eliminating the enemy was a sign of compassion. So that was what they had to do, along with the dragon god, who seemed quite awakened by leading Gilgamesh to the place where he believed they could find the human god. Have you sorted out all your future problems? Orsted asked, looking at Gilgamesh, who stood beside him wearing golden armor and holding a key in his right hand. Gilgamesh looked back and said, Although I lied to them, now that we're immortal, not much will happen if we don't see each other for a few hundred years. Orsted fell silent. He had heard from Gilgamesh himself about his ability to see the future, so in a way, he could see the future beyond what any living being could and knew what would happen in the future. So, will we win? Gilgamesh looked at Orsted and said, You'll enjoy it. Not as much as I will, but you'll end up enjoying it. What do you mean? Gilgamesh didn't respond. And getting on the Vimana with Orsted, they appeared in the hidden paradise in the blink of an eye, where the place had now become an underground world where more than 1 million inhabitants lived. Is that the tree you're talking about? We will travel between dimensions and discover which one the human god is in. Are you ready to meet the being you've tried to kill so much? Orsted held his sword and said, Don't worry, I've been imagining this moment for a long time. First, I'll seal it with my chains, and then I'll leave the rest to you." After saying that, Gilgamesh walked towards the tree of life that had been under the care of the moon elves, and in an instant, a wooden door opened. In a space rupture, the air around them became heavy, and passing through the portal, they both disappeared. This place is, in a vast magical space, Gilgamesh and Orsted emerged, their presence shining in the intergalactic darkness. A black background, like an infinite canvas, was adorned with magical particles that shimmered in resplendent shades of blues and purples, like dancing stars in an enchanted universe. Above the Vimana, while its magical shield was activated and working at its maximum power, both flew in this singular dimension, their silhouettes standing out against the cosmic backdrop. Ethereal and translucent creatures floated in the distance, magical beings that seemed to merge with the essence of space. Ethereal wings swayed gently as the creatures moved in harmony with the magical particles surrounding them. The magical space vibrated with a palpable energy, a fusion of cosmic powers and mystical essences. The figures of Gilgamesh and Orsted moved gracefully, surrounded by a light emanating from their own essence. Every step they took left a trail of magical glimmers, like stardust on their path through this unique dimension. As they advanced, the magical particles responded to their presence, forming bright patterns that illuminated their way. The symmetry and harmony of this magical space seemed to respond to the balance that Gilgamesh and Orsted embodied, as if they were guardians of cosmic harmony. In this ethereal atmosphere, the connection between them and the very fabric of the universe was palpable. Their silhouettes stood out against the stellar background, reminding us that they were beyond the ordinary limits of reality. This magical space was a canvas where magic and cosmic energy intertwined in an eternal dance, and Gilgamesh and Orsted, traveling at the speed of light, moved back and forth. After traveling for an incalculable time, Gilgamesh stopped his Vimana in a translated space that he went through after knowing what was on the other side. "Do you know what will happen to the human world if I die?" At that moment, a cold voice was heard in the background of space, and a white figure with a horrendous smile appeared before Gilgamesh, his face giving the impression that it was covered by a mosaic. "Hidegami," Bruno Orsted said after seeing Hidegami. Boom! In an instant, no one could sense the passage of a second. A sound resembling the breaking of ceramics echoed, as time seemed to halt for a second. Although this wasn't what actually happened, everyone had this perceptual illusion. Once Gilgamesh could see the man who had invaded his mind and attempted to humiliate him in person, in a fraction of a second, his body filled with red tattoos, and he struck Hidegami with a powerful blow containing every gram of force he could exert. By the time Orsted could see Gilgamesh again, he was already grabbing Hidegami by the neck, while the chains of heaven shone brightly in this blank space. Suddenly, the world fell silent, and the wide-open eyes of Orsted, who was blinded by fury, relaxed. "If you don't move, I'll end up killing that god for you." Orsted snapped back to his senses, and a battle aura that crushed space in this place exploded. He looked around, and after seeing how the human god was thrown in his direction, he struck. Crack! With a single blow, Orsted was able to break space and pierce the chest of the human god. With the seals released, he could exert all his strength, and not even the human god could have absolute control of the situation. Don't you want to talk a bit? The human god was nervous. He could never prevent this situation because he couldn't see the future of the two people in front of him. "This is too much. You know that if I die, the human world will be destroyed." Hidegami paled at such power. In this fraction of a second, he thought of many things and shuddered in fear, knowing that these beings intended to kill him. "Not if I take your place as the new human god, just as you did with the previous one. Do you think we can't do it? That's impossible." Gilgamesh smiled satisfied at the pale-faced young noble and said, "Nothing is impossible. Everything will eventually come to an end, and new plants will bloom." No, this is impossible. You can't break the balance that way without expecting everything to collapse." Hidegami didn't want to die. He had done so many things to maintain his power that he didn't want to disappear. "Unfortunately for you, You took too long to react, and there's nowhere you can escape. Even the gods will be suppressed by the chains of heaven. There's nowhere to run." Gilgamesh smiled as enormous golden chains, his best friend's weapon, shone with a terrifying light that flooded the entire white dimension. He had thought of many ways to become a god in this world, and the only way was to kill Hidegami and contain the destruction of the world with all his power. At that moment, he had reflected on how to contain it and tried numerous methods. He used the supreme secret laws of deities and magic levels to become much more powerful than he had ever been. He even let his wives simulate containment with magic, and it was indeed a success. With the power Gilgamesh now had, it was impossible not to prevent the destruction of the human world. Many could simulate what he was about to do. The idea seemed to be straightforward, but it was practically impossible for anyone other than him. Walking in front of Hidegami, Gilgamesh released his killing intent, and a pressure he had never released before pressed on the human god. "I challenge the gods in my world as a human. What makes you think you're superior to them? You can't kill me. All your loved ones will die." Hidegami felt fear. He didn't want to die after all. "I'll just be a spectator. Someone else will kill you." When Gilgamesh said this, the chains of heaven enveloped Hidegami's body and prevented him from moving. Orsted, who held a powerful sword, looked at Gilgamesh and asked, "Are you sure?" "I'll take his place. There will be no destruction in the human world, but you have to get out of here as soon as possible," Gilgamesh said as he looked around, which seemed to be collapsing. "Then I'll kill him." Orsted swung his sword, which shone with an unimaginable aura. With a loud explosion that caused space to tremble and all the most powerful beings to lose their brilliance, an old bell rang. And at that moment, Hidegami, who had been sealed from all magic, felt his body fracturing. At that moment, Hidegami had died so easily that everything seemed unreal. "Now get out of here. I'll take care of everything." Gilgamesh didn't look at Orsted even once as he walked towards the back of the white space. Shining in a golden aura, Gilgamesh sighed and murmured, "In the eternity of time, our souls will intertwine again in the fabric of destiny. My love endures beyond this life. Let us await the reunion in the eternal embrace of time." The goddess of war, the most powerful red-haired swordswoman beyond any man's wildest dreams, that was the title bestowed upon Eris after she swept through the battlefield, raising the flag of the Asura kingdom, which eventually came to be called the Golden Oak. It seemed like yesterday when she learned the art of the sword from Gilgamesh. Those unforgettable adventures had brought her so much joy that she couldn't wait to be reunited with her beloved. Upon seeing the golden rain, her eyes beheld something beautiful, but her heart understood something different. Unsure of when she would meet Gilgamesh again, she arranged her life and, after burying her parents, left a note to the world about her retirement. "My rest comes before others. Perhaps because I was once human, my perception of time differs from theirs." Eris looked at the drawer that belonged to her and smiled slightly, thinking that when she would meet Gilgamesh again, it would only be the blink of an eye from this moment. "In less than 300 years, you will be able to reunite with my lord again. I am sure he is doing everything possible to be reunited with his loved ones." Medusa looked at Eris, who was clad in that divine armor, and after caressing the drawer, she entered it. Less than 10 years with Gilgamesh made her know him, and despite this being her second life, she was grateful that he always respected her due to the difference in mental age. After 50 years, age doesn't matter, but she supposed that by then, Gilgamesh feared that she might not be thinking clearly when choosing him. "It's time to rest," murmured Eris as she closed her eyes, and the drawer shut. In this place, specially created for this purpose, Eris was the first to sleep and wait for Gilgamesh's return. When Medusa saw Eris go into suspension, she waved her hand, and silver chains wrapped around the drawer, increasing the temperature inside it. By proposing the idea of an eternal dream until Gilgamesh's return, Medusa contemplated how to do it. Since all of Gilgamesh's women were immortal, she gave them the opportunity to sleep until the return of the man they all missed. 10 years later, it was Roxy's turn. Although her parents were still alive, she had reached the end of magic, and there was nothing more to do on her own in this world. Despite being accustomed to living for many years, after having lived so much and reached the pinnacle of power in this world, for her, that being her only inspiration after Gilgamesh disappeared in that battle, she believed it was time to rest as well. In coordination with Elaine, both entered the drawers and proceeded to sleep, just like Eris did, without any regret or pain about it. Life for them now was insignificant. Living one day would be like living 100 years and nothing would happen, but they all wanted to shine together in harmony, and for that, they longed for Gilgamesh's presence. 200 years later, an old man looked at a snow-covered mountain where at the top was a magical tower shining with strange colors. His eyes revealed eternal wisdom, and he smiled. Time is a mystery that envelopes us, a river that flows incessantly, an ethereal whisper that always takes us through every moment, to every place. In his hands, we are all captives. Tomorrow and yesterday merge into one, an infinite canvas, full of motifs, where our stories intertwine as tribute. The constant ticking of the clock marks the beats of our hearts, reminding us that life is a breath, and in every second, we find emotions. Time comforts us in sadness, guides us towards light in darkness, teaches us that nothing is eternal, nothing is certain, and that every moment is an opportunity. In his arms, memories fade, and recollections turn to dust in the wind, but he also grants us the eternal possibility of creating new paths and growth. O time, you are a sigh in the wind, a fleeting dream in immensity. You teach us to value every moment and to live our existence with intensity. So, let us embrace the canvas of time, make the most of every second it gives us, leave eternal marks in its breath, and live each day without regret or sorrow. The journey ends here, a place where not even the gods of this universe have managed to tread for eternity. I managed to kill Hidegami, but in return, I ended up becoming the human god without even asking for it. Generations later, this blank space remained untamed. When I could comprehend my power and rule the only world left in that desolate galaxy, I began to improve, and when it became the brightest star, my arrival in that world was announced. At that moment, I knew that my destiny with that of my wives was destined to intersect once again, and that I could leave this blank space. I'm here for you now. In a blank space, Gilgamesh looked down, and a world shining with countless magical colors sparkled in harmony with a voice as calm as the spring wind. 300 years have passed. At the top of the majestic ice mountain, a frigid realm reveals itself as the abode of the winter spirits. Here, in this mystical place, icy winds whisper ancient secrets, and the guardians of the cold lurk among the nooks and crannies of the mountain. Those daring enough to challenge the barriers of this territory will face the wrath of the elements and the relentless vigilance of the eternal spirits composed of true magic. As one ascends the steep slope, the summit of the mountain reveals itself as a magical sanctuary, where a majestic tower gracefully rises with power. Built of sparkling ice crystals that capture the light of the moon and the northern lights. The tower seems to merge with the essence of the mountain itself. At the summit, a magical glow illuminates the sky, emanating from an ancient energy source guarded by the winter spirits. These ethereal beings dance amid the icy gusts, weaving spells that maintain the balance between life and extreme cold. Their ethereal figures shine with silver light, reflecting the purity and serenity of winter in its purest form. The icy winds roar like jealous guardians, alert to any intruder daring to defile the sanctity of this place. The cutting air whistles with threat, and the crunchy snow underfoot reveals the delicate harmony that must be preserved. Those who defy the will of the winter spirits will face a frozen condemnation, as the guardians will rise in defense of their realm with icy winds that can freeze the soul itself. The magical tower at the summit, a beacon of ancient power, guards the secrets of the ice mountain. Its crystalline structure radiates magic that blends the beauty and danger of this unexplored corner of eternal winter. At the top of this ice mountain, where the winter spirits gather, wonder and danger converge in an eternal dance between light and shadow. And from below, a man with long blonde hair and red tattoos looked up with a warm gaze, his slow and light steps unnoticed by the entrance guardians. It's very high, under the icy and starry sky. The man with hair is golden as sunlight advanced slowly up the ice mountain slope. His figure shone against the white backdrop of the winter landscape, like a glimmer of warmth amid the icy purity that surrounded him. Every step he took left a deep imprint in the crunchy snow, marking his path to the summit and bringing life to this frigid place. His blood-red eyes, as bright as ice at twilight, reflected a mix of curiosity and longing. The man seemed destined to defy the majesty of the mountain and delve into the mysteries of the magical tower at the top. His coat, made of white fabric adorned with silver thread details, fluttered gracefully as he ascended, ignoring the fury of the icy winds trying to divert his path. Every breath of cold air turned into white vapor in his lungs, but the man continued his ascent without hesitation. He seemed guided by an internal force, as if the mountain's call resonated within him. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing a serene and determined expression as he approached the threshold of the winter spirit's domains. The guardians of the cold, alerted by the intrusive presence, intensified their invisible fury. The icy winds increased in intensity, trying to sweep the outsider from their realm. However, the man with blonde hair was not intimidated. His eyes reflected a connection with something beyond the visible, a power that defied the natural laws of the world. Upon reaching the summit, the magical tower stood imposing before him, its ice crystals twinkling like encapsulated stars. The man reached out towards the tower's door, feeling the resonance of the ancient magic that protected it. At that moment, the dance of the winter spirits seemed to calm, as if recognizing in him something beyond mere curiosity. The blonde-haired man, destined to climb the mountain and enter the tower, passed through the magical entrance, immersing himself in the heart of the frozen marvel that awaited inside. The mountain and its guardians watched attentively as his presence became part of the legend woven by the magical thread of the ice mountain. When he reached the door, he stopped. "My name is Gilgamesh, and I have come to reunite with my wives." In an act of pure magic, the ice crystal door, once impenetrable, began to tremble gently. The intricate patterns carved in the ice came to life, shining with a soft and twinkling light. The contours of the door sharpened, and in the center, a magical symbol began to form, responding to the connection between Gilgamesh and the mountain. The moment Gilgamesh, with a soft and calm voice, uttered his name in a resonant whisper that echoed in the stillness of the summit. Saying those words, the door reacted as if recognizing the secret key. Yielding to the will of the visitor, the ice composing it began to melt and transform into a luminous opening. The door opened elegantly, revealing a landscape illuminated by an inner light flickering in blue and silver tones. Guided by the magic of his name, Gilgamesh crossed the threshold, entering the magical tower with a mix of anticipation and reverence. As the door closed behind him, the ice mountain sighed, leaving behind the echo of the mysterious connection between the man and the enchanted sanctuary at the top. Guided by the flickering light illuminating the tower's interior corridor, Gilgamesh advanced with sure and resonant steps. The magic of the place seemed to welcome him silently, revealing a vast room with a sacred aura that extended to the confines of his thoughts. In the center of the room lay 3 majestic coffins carved with ancient symbols and adorned with gleaming gems. The magnificence of the scene did not escape Gilgamesh, whose eyes reflected surprise and love at the mysterious spectacle unfolding before him. As he approached, the lid of each coffin opened gently, revealing 3 beautiful women resting in an eternal sleep. In the first coffin, Gilgamesh contemplated Eris, the goddess of war, whose fiery red hair cascaded around her figure. Her delicate features and imposing presence seemed to emerge from legends of battle, a reminder of strength and courage incarnate. In the second coffin, Roxy, the goddess of nature, lay in a peaceful sleep. Although her figure was smaller compared to the fiery Eris beside her, she radiated an undeniable connection with the elements. Green leaves and flowers entwined her hair, and the tranquility of her face resonated with the calm and serenity of nature itself. In the third coffin lay the elegantly poised Elaine with black hair. Her ethereal beauty and delicate features evoked the essence of ancient elven magic. Gilgamesh felt the special connection that this beautiful elf had with the mystery and elegance of ancient forests. The three women, who were his wives, awaited in their eternal rest, their presences encapsulating the very essence of life, war, nature, and magic. The room resonated with a unique harmony, paying homage to the diversity and strength that each represented in the immortal essence itself. Gilgamesh, in the face of this supernatural spectacle, felt like he was back in the past. More than 300 years have passed for me, and it makes me happy that you have decided to wait for me in a deep sleep, my dear wives. Gilgamesh smiled slightly as each of the beautiful women in the coffins opened their eyes. Perhaps they cannot live a common life. All of them have ceased to be human and have become true immortal gods. But if something they have learned from life is that everything can change, especially when love is eternal. Gilgamesh can say that he enjoyed living once again. He never thought he could live in this way, much less believe that this kind of life, so different from the one he had led in his past life, would exist. Now we can live in peace.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.